So 15 seconds to 9:30. That's proper timing. Good morning, everyone, and very warm welcome to our Energy and Carbon Summit 2024. It is great to have you here in person in Berlin, Haus der Commerzbank next to Brandenburg Gate. And it's great to have you attending online via our YouTube channel. Well, but one step back. You should know who's telling you this. I'm Michael Alt, and together with the Commerzbank Commodities team in Frankfurt, I'm responsible for the risk management activities of our corporate clients in the base and precious metals, agriculturals, energy and carbon markets. And when we asked ourselves, why do such an event? Well, I can tell you at least three very good reasons from our perspective. We have a strong footprint and market-leading position in the UK and EU ETS. We have growing activity and demand in the voluntary carbon markets. And we have a broad and competitive offering in the energy space, including oil and products, power, coal, and since 2023 as well gas, with a growing platform and franchise. But I want to look at this from another perspective. Not only that the topics we will discuss today are interlinked in so many aspects. Those markets have in common that they are ever-changing and super dynamic. And they are so relevant to all of you. And this is the main driver. It's our intention to create value today by bringing our clients, business partners, industry experts, together with Commerzbank experts from sales, trading, research, ESG advisory, and solutions. By discussing the main themes and topics, sharing views on relevant topics, and providing answers to your questions. How we want to achieve this? Let's have a look at the agenda, if this works. It does. We will start with a focus on the energy side, and after our house view on the oil and energy markets, focus on shifting paradigms for European energy security. The EU ETS will be our second block, where we discuss current drivers and market developments driving the future market. And before we discuss the current dynamics of the voluntary carbon market, we have two keynotes that draw the bow between mandatory ETS and voluntary markets. So you see, we will have a combination of presentations, keynotes, and panels. In the panels, our panelists will do short presentations and share their views in, say, 10 minutes time frame. And then this will be followed by a moderated discussion. We aim at opening the panels for your questions. So, well, when time allows, feel free to raise hand in case. And before you ask yourself who the guy is who from time to time jumps on the stage and bridges content between panels, presentations, and keynotes, it's my colleague Manuel. Manuel is a carbon expert in our team. And, well, he coordinated this whole event. So the first learning for you this morning, in case of any complaints, this direction, please. An important note to all online participants. Ideally, all goes well. But if you cannot see or hear anything, there's something wrong. So in such case, please send an email to commoditiesevent@commerzbank.com, and we will assist you. Enjoy today. I'm sure there's a lot of content to take away, lots of topics to discuss. And having said this, well, now you should get me out of the way and we focus on markets. So Carsten Fritsch is our senior commodities analyst for the energy markets. He will share our house view and discuss current trends and drivers of the oil market. Well, Carsten, here's my 5-minute gift for you. Enjoy. And you enjoy the presentation and the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael, for the introduction, and also a very warm welcome from my side. I will start with my outlook on the oil market with the current slide. This shows the Brent oil price since 2022 and important events that affected the price. The start of the war in Ukraine caused a sharp increase in spring 2022 due to fears that Western sanctions and boycotts would lead to a sharp decline in oil supply from Russia. This concern was unjustified, as China and India bought massive Russian oil at steep discounts, and Russian production recovered after a brief slump, recovered quickly, and oil prices returned to the pre-war level. But the sharp rise in energy prices outside oil, in gas in particular, led to a strong increase in inflation rates, and central banks raised interest rates sharply in 2022 and 2023. The Fed by 5.25 percentage point, ECB by 4.5 percentage point. These massive interest rate hikes fueled demand concerns and put oil prices under pressure. At the same time, there was an unprecedented release of strategic oil reserves. In over 6 months, a total of 240 million barrels was released in 2022, which was equivalent to 1.3 million barrels per day. OPEC Plus responded by cutting oil production several times from autumn 2022, but initially without success. A sustained price increase did not begin until the summer of 2023, after Saudi Arabia and Russia announced significant voluntary production cuts by a total of 1.5 million barrels per day. In addition, there was hope of an end to the interest rate hikes and demand concerns eased. But the price increase was largely reversed again in the autumn of 2023. The main reason here was an unexpectedly strong increase in US oil production in the second half of 2023, which fueled fear of oversupply, combined with renewed demand concerns. The outbreak of the Middle East conflict in October 2023 only caused a brief increase in prices, as the conflict did not spread to important oil producers. An escalation has so far been avoided despite multiple incidents, such as attacks by Iran-backed Houthi rebels on merchant ships and oil tankers in the Red Sea, an important trade route for shipping and oil transit. Iranian rocket attacks on Israel in April and targeted killings of Hezbollah and Hamas commanders by Israel in July followed, and most recently the Pager explosions in Lebanon. Iran has been threatening Israel with retaliation ever since. So far, however, the conflict has not had any noticeable impact on oil supply, which explains the rather muted price reaction. The oil price declined sharply in September and fell temporarily below $70 per barrel, the lowest level since December of 2021. As weak data from China, US, and Europe fueled renewed demand concerns. And there's a risk of a massive oversupply in 2025 if OPEC Plus really expands oil production. I will come to that later. Speculators hold net short positions in Brent for the first time since the data series began in 2011, which is a sign of very depressed market sentiment and often market exaggeration. So that also caused the price recovery in the last week or so. What is the view on oil demand? This chart shows the development of global oil demand growth since 2019, according to the IEA's forecast. There was an unprecedented collapse in demand due to the coronavirus pandemic in 2020, followed by 3 years of significant demand increases that reversed that slump. In 2023, oil demand exceeded the pre-pandemic level for the first time. Lifting of coronavirus restrictions in China led to a strong rebound in demand in 2023, and China accounted for 3/4 of the total increase of 2.3 million barrels per day in 2023. This year, global oil demand is expected to rise by only 900,000 barrels per day, as recovery process after the coronavirus slump is complete. Demand growth has been continuously revised downward in recent months. Earlier this year, IEA expected an increase of 1.2 million barrels per day for this year. This year's increase is almost exclusively driven by emerging economies in Asia, such as China, India, and the Middle East. By contrast, demand in industrialized countries is expected to shrink slightly. There are both cyclical and structural reasons for this. Demand in Europe declines because of the massive interest rate hikes, high energy prices, the weak manufacturing sector, mainly driven by the weakness in diesel. Oil demand in the US remains solid despite higher interest rates, which is a positive surprise. Structural factors suggest that demand growth will continue to flatten in the coming years, as the chart shows. These include savings in fuel consumption, changes in driving behavior, and increasing number of electric vehicles in the car fleet. IEA expects global oil consumption to peak at the end of the decade and start to decline from 2030 onwards. However, this is based on very optimistic assumptions about e-mobility. Current trends in EV sales point to a slowing momentum here, in particular in Europe. But the slowing demand growth in China is the major topic on the oil market at the moment. For many years, China was the main driver of global oil demand growth. This chart shows China's crude oil processing and crude oil imports over the last 10 years on a monthly basis. Both showed continuous growth until the end of 2019, followed by the first short-lived slump due to the coronavirus pandemic in early 2020. That was quickly recovered afterwards. Imports even posted a new record high of 13 million barrels per day in June 2020, which has not been exceeded since. Demand suffered more lastingly in 2022 due to the strict zero-COVID policy and repeated lockdowns in major cities. Demand posted the first annual decline in about 30 years. As a consequence, demand rebounded strongly in 2023 after these restrictions were lifted. The chart also shows that momentum had already slowed significantly by the end of 2023. The record in crude processing was reached in September last year at 15.5 million barrels per day. Crude oil processing in July and August was less than 14 million barrels per day, which is the lowest level since October 2022. Crude oil imports in July fell to 10 million barrels per day, also the lowest level in almost 2 years. After 8 months, processing was about 4% lower than in the previous year. Imports were down 3%. According to the IEA, oil demand in China was down year on year for 4 consecutive months between April and July. And data for August don't signal any improvement here. The IEA expects that oil demand in China will increase by just less than 200,000 barrels per day this year. The forecast at the beginning of the year was still 700,000 barrels per day. The reason for this weaker outlook is economic weakness that slows cyclical demand for diesel, which is expected to shrink slightly this year in China. The rapid advance of e-mobility slows demand for gasoline, as 40% of new cars in China this year are electric vehicles. Gasoline demand in China could peak next year, according to a local research company, and the IEA expects gasoline demand in China to fall next year. Positive impetus still comes from air traffic, so jet fuel, and the petrochemical sector. But China is on the verge of becoming a drag on global oil demand. So demand is slowing, as I pointed out. What about supply? You must distinguish here between OPEC plus supply and non-OPEC plus supply. And in non-OPEC plus, the US is the main driver. The chart shows the development of US crude oil production according to the latest forecast by the US Energy Information Administration. The production level is currently at 13.4 million barrels per day, which is a record level, which makes the US the world's largest oil producer. The production slumped in spring 2020 due to the corona pandemic, and it took 3 years to fully recover. According to the EIA, US crude oil production is expected to rise by 260,000 barrels per day this year. This is significantly less than last year, when output increased by around 1 million barrels per day. The lower oil prices are one reason for the slower growth in production this year. Moreover, drilling activity has been declining since the beginning of 2023. The oil rig count, which is the black line here, is down 20% and currently at the lowest level since the end of 2021. Efficiency gains and higher productivity per rig more than offset the decline in drilling activity last year, along with the use of drilled but uncompleted oil wells, such so-called DOCs. This is no longer the case this year. A slight acceleration in production growth to 460,000 barrels per day is expected for next year, but this also depends on price developments. If oil price levels remain low, production should rise less sharply. And some of the production increases is likely to be used to replenish strategic oil reserves, which fell to a 40-year low in 2022 and have only been refilled by a small amount, roughly 50 million barrels so far, according to the US Department of Energy. Production of natural gas liquids is also increasing, so that US oil supply is rising more strongly than crude oil production alone. In addition, oil production is also increasing in other countries, for example, in Canada, Brazil, Guyana, and Norway. So the IEA expects the supply of oil outside OPEC Plus to increase by 1.5 million barrels per day this year and next, which is more than the expected growth in oil demand. And this has implications for the market balance next year. What about OPEC Plus supply? Supply cuts of 3.6 million barrels per day are in place since the end of 2025. In addition to Saudi Arabia, 7 other countries have committed to additional voluntary production cuts since the beginning of the year. The total of these cuts is 2.2 million barrels per day versus the production level from May 2023. 1 million barrels per day come from Saudi Arabia, which is the yellow bar, and 500,000 barrels per day from Russia. Iraq, the UAE, Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Algeria, and Oman together account for approximately 700,000 barrels per day. The objective here is to stabilize the oil market and oil prices, as many OPEC producers depend on high oil prices and revenues to balance their national budgets. Saudi Arabia, for example, needs roughly $95 per barrel oil price to balance their budget, according to IMF estimates. These production cuts were planned to be gradually withdrawn over a 12-month period starting in October. The timetable was delayed by 2 months in the wake of the steep fall in oil prices at the beginning of September. However, the aim of phasing out the voluntary production cuts remains. So there's obviously a fading willingness to maintain these cuts for much longer. There are several reasons. Main reason is the loss of market share to non-OPEC producers and to non-compliant OPEC Plus producers, as some of the OPEC Plus countries have not implemented the promised production cuts in a disciplined manner, as this chart shows. This applies in particular to Iraq and Kazakhstan, both of which produce significantly more than agreed. Iraq pledged to reduce production by 220,000 barrels per day. In fact, production increased by 55,000 barrels per day in the period between January and August. In July and August, the production target was exceeded by even 400,000 barrels per day. Kazakhstan was supposed to cut production by 82,000 barrels per day, but instead production remained unchanged between January and August. The production only reached the target in August for the very first time. Iraq has repeatedly expressed its commitment, but so far this has not been followed by action. Some overproduction it was also evident until recently in Russia and the UAE. A strict compliance with agreed cuts would be necessary to reverse production cuts later on. Otherwise, a new problem might occur. Iraq, for instance, already produces more oil at the moment than it was supposed to produce after the reversal of the cuts. I've talked about demand, non-OPEC plus supply from OPEC plus. What does this mean for the oil market in general? This chart shows supply, demand, and market balance in the oil market based on the latest IEA forecast. The term oil caused by the 2020 coronavirus pandemic is clearly visible. A collapse in demand led to a massive oversupply and a sharp drop in prices. Oil producers responded by making significant production cuts, which brought the market back into balance in the following quarters. Since 2022, the oil market has been mostly in surplus because OPEC Plus produced too much. The production cuts from autumn 2022 slowed oil supply and prevented a larger oversupply. The voluntary production cuts by OPEC Plus ensure that the oil market is in balance this year. These voluntary OPEC Plus production cuts run until the end of November, according to a decision taken at the beginning of September. Then production is to be increased gradually from December. But if production cuts expire at the end of the year and production is being increased as planned in 2025, there's a risk of a sizable oversupply of 1.8 million barrels per day in Q1, followed by similar surpluses in the following quarters, as the chart shows. This is because oil demand is expected to rise less strongly next year than supply outside OPEC Plus. And the concern about this oversupply has recently put oil prices under severe pressure. We therefore reduced our oil price forecast significantly to $75 per barrel at the end of the year from previously $85. For the end of next year, we are forecasting $80. The previous forecast was $90. There's a persistent risk, though, of supply disruptions due to the geopolitical conflicts or other events could lead to a short-term price spikes at any time, which justifies a certain risk premium of roughly $5 per barrel, which is included in our forecast.
Fantastic. Many thanks, Carsten, for this comprehensive overview and bringing in your perspective, which gives us now the chance to address any questions that you would like to ask now on the presentation that Carsten just delivered. Do we have any questions? I know early in the day, no one wants to break the ice, but take the chance. There we have one question, Carsten.
You stated that China will become a drag on oil demand. Obviously, India will be the one to step in as a main driver there. What are your projections for that?
India may already exceed China in terms of oil demand growth this year, but the pace of demand growth in India will be nowhere close to the levels we have seen from China until 2019, I think. So the net effect will still be rather bearish or negative for non-OECD demand from Asia, which was the main pillar of global oil demand growth.
Very good. Do we have another question, as we still have some minutes left with Carsten? If not, then Carsten, if I may. Manuel, sorry. Of course.
Thank you. Carsten, thank you. You touch a lot on the OPEC plus production, but what about non-OPEC production, especially the US? Do you have a view in terms of especially US shale production? And can you share some thoughts on that, on the outlook? Just briefly, please.
Yes, I can go to this. Yeah, please. You can see there's still some growth penciled in here for the next 15, 18 months, but the pace is less than in the previous years. That is because I mentioned the downturn in drilling activity. As your lower oil prices and lower stock of DOCs prevent such a strong gain. Shale production is still expected to increase, but the momentum will be slowing.
Perfect. Helped? Wonderful. Do we have a final third question, or is everybody happy now with a very comprehensive overview of the global oil markets? If so, then I would say many thanks, Carsten, for this fantastic overview, for bringing in your perspective, and first of all, big applause for you. Can take a seat. And we continue in our program. We will keep our energy markets glasses on in a way, but we will shift the view a bit from global oil markets with Carsten now onto global gas, European gas, German gas and power markets. And for that reason, I will pass it on to my fantastic colleague, Lee, and his panelists. Join us on stage. Lee, I pass it on to you.
Thank you very much.
You can jump. The presenter, stage is yours.
Perfect. Thanks. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lee Smart, in charge of the natural gas trading at Commerzbank, and I have the pleasure today, Greg and Sarah, if you'd like to join, to host our energy market panels. I'm glad to be here on stage. Just found out that one of our speakers actually hasn't turned up from ICES, so we're gonna go with two of you guys. So Greg Molnar from the IEA. Greg will give some details of the global gas outlook and LNG. And Sarah Brown from Ember. Sarah will give us a health check on the EU clean energy path. After that, we intend to have an exchange to address some of the key questions that we get asked quite often by our clients on the topics of energy security, followed by a short Q&A with the audience if time permits. As many of us experienced in the last few years, we have seen a volatile period for gas and power trading. I actually see Andreas at the door, so that's perfect timing. Would you like to join us on stage? And I'll introduce Andreas Schroeder from ICES, and Andreas will be covering some geopolitical drivers and longer-term energy views. So as many of us have experienced the last few years, we've seen a volatile period in natural gas and power as we've navigated the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which led to a significant reduction in over 150 BCM per annum of pipeline Russian gas from pre-COVID levels, coinciding with a poor French nuclear schedule. Thankfully, as we're all here, hopefully we've surpassed the worst part of the energy crisis, but we remain looking to the EU for political guidance and our energy experts to understand the new normality that will be the security and price of energy, European energy sector. Europe's immediate response to the reduction in Russian natural gas has been four-tiered. Build LNG regasification capacity for diversified global supply, cross-border energy infrastructure, demand reduction, and a build-out of renewable electricity generation. For any treasurer, energy procurement manager, or even gas trader, understanding these components is key to determine hedging strategies and understanding pricing dynamics, but the data isn't always transparent and it's quite hard to follow. So we have brought together our top 3 analysts from the leading industry think tanks to help us understand how Europe is going to battle high prices and remain competitive. Here to tackle some of these topics is Greg Molnar, a senior gas analyst from the IEA. Greg holds a master's in international energy from the Paris Institute of Political Science. He joined the IEA in 2018 with his focus on European gas markets and gas infrastructure, and is currently the lead author of the quarterly gas market report produced by the IEA. So if we could welcome Greg to give his presentation. And I'll move to the slide.
Good morning, colleagues. Many thanks for Commerzbank for the invite and for Manuel for the excellent organization of the event. It is the second time I'm joining the Commerzbank Summit on Energy and Carbon Markets. The first time it was back in 2020, and of course it was a very different setting. It has been all virtual. It was the year of COVID. And I recall at the time I wrote a piece called A Meeting at 2, because at the time both Henry Hub, TTF, and JKM were at $2 per MMBTU, which was quite unexpected. But of course, since then, markets have moved quite significantly with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which changed not only the geopolitical landscape, but also the structure of the global gas architecture, and had a number of significant structure changes, both for the global and the European market. I would like to highlight three of them. First, LNG became a baseload source of supply for LNG. In the 2010s, the share of LNG in Europe's primary gas supply was around 10%. Today, it is near 40%, which is roughly similar to the share of Russia's piped gas before the invasion. So that's a completely different setting. The second important change is that Europe not only lost this 120 BCM of Russian piped gas supply, which was mentioned by Lee, but also some of the flexibility options which have been embedded in the long-term supply contracts of Russian gas. And I think the third important change is that Europe's balancing role in the global gas market is set to decline. And what we actually see is that China's role in optimizing global LNG flows is set to increase in the coming years, which is partly due to the very active role of China in terms of LNG contracting. So we are in a completely new gas world, and maybe also, of course, the prices are quite important and reflective of those dynamics. I don't want to focus too much on the price spikes of 2022, but just maybe to mention that prices have down significantly since then. They are trading in Europe at around $11, $12 per MMBTU, which compares to over $40 per MMBTU in 2022. But those prices are still structurally higher than they have been in the past. It is more than the double of the 2016-2020 average, when TTF was averaging at around $5 per MMBTU. And also, when we compare this to the price environment in the United States, Henry Hub is oscillating at around $2 per MMBTU, which of course has implications on the competitiveness of the gas and energy intensive industry in Europe. When we are looking at the state of the global gas market, we see that there have been a move towards a gradual rebalancing happening in 2023, and the latest data for 2024 shows that global gas demand actually returned to growth. Our preliminary data for the first half of the year indicates that gas demand increased by around 3%, which is actually a quite strong growth rate. It compares to a 2% average during the 2016-20 period. And as you can see, it has been very much driven by the Asian region, which alone accounted for about 60% of this growth. Both China and India returned to double-digit growth rates. And on this chart, we are giving a bit of a closer look to these dynamics by sector. And I think that what is quite important to note here is that the primary driver behind this demand growth is industry and energy own use, which accounted for approximately 65% of the incremental gas demand in the first half of 2024. Again, here the drivers are the fast-growing Asian markets. We see extremely strong demand growth in India, particularly in the refineries and the fertilizer sectors. in China, but also we see some recovery happening in Europe on the back of the lower gas prices. When we are looking at the supply, the picture is in a way less positive. On this slide, we are showing the main channels of global gas trade, which in our view includes Russia's pipe gas supplies to Europe and to China, other pipeline imports to Europe, as well as global energy supply. And I think that what is quite interesting to see is that this year energy supply growth is well below expectations. Our data shows that it increased by just around 2% in the first 8 months of 2024, which is, compared to growth rate of 8% per year between 2016 and 2020. So we are quite underperforming on the energy supply side, and this is partly due to feed gas supply issues at legacy producers. We have seen, for instance, Egypt shifting being a net exporter to become a net importer just in less of a year. But we also see project delays happening in certain African countries and unexpected outages. So from a supply side perspective, the market remains fundamentally tight. And when we are looking at 2025, we see some improvements in terms of energy supply growth, because this is when we expect some of the larger LNG projects coming online in North America, such as LNG Canada or Plaquemines in the US. But at the same time, as we all know, there is a major uncertainty ahead the coming winter, namely the Ukrainian transit, which could reduce gas supply to Europe by around 14-15 BCM, and as such could lead to tighter market fundamentals. But when we are looking at the medium term, we see that in the second half of this decade, there is a new LNG mega wave which is building up. We expect that global LNG liquefaction capacity will increase by around 270 BCM by 2030, based on the timelines announced by project developers. So this is around half of the current global LNG trade. So this is a massive addition to the market. And as you can see, these additions are dominated by two players, Qatar and the United States. And as such, they will reinforce their position as the world's two largest LNG suppliers. Now, we have never seen so much LNG capacity coming to the market in such a short time. And as such, this is expected to loosen market fundamentals and is also expected to ease some of the gas supply security concerns we are having at the moment. But everything needs to be put in perspective, because there is a lot of discussion where this LNG is going to find a home. On this chart, we are comparing Asia's current thermal coal demand, which is just over 6 million ton, to the new LNG supply coming to the market. And we see that this equates to less than 10% of Asia's current coal consumption. And as such, this is where we see the potential home for this incremental LNG. Of course, this will require coal to gas switching dynamics to be reinforced in the Asian markets. It will also, in my view, require a more proactive approach from the LNG suppliers in terms of aligning long-term LNG contracting prices closer to the spot prices, and also coming closer to their consumers, so a greater involvement on the downstream side. So moving to Europe, a couple of slides. When we are looking at the current European gas market dynamics, we don't really see any recovery happening. After the 2022 gas supply shock, European gas consumption collapsed by around 20% in just 2 years, and this trend, in a way, is continuing in 2024. Our data shows that European natural gas consumption declined by around 3% in the first 8 months of the year, and as you can see, this has been mainly driven by the power sector, which is due to the strong expansion of renewables. We see strong growth in solar, in wind, but also half of that is due to the improved hydro availability in southern European markets. And of course, we know that hydro can change quite a bit from one year to another. In contrast, we see some recovery happening in the European industrial gas demand, mainly in the energy and gas-intensive industries such as fertilizers. But this is not enough to offset the declines we have seen in the residential, commercial, and the power sectors. So for the full year of 2024, we expect European natural gas demand continue to decline. In terms of primary natural gas supply, I think what is quite interesting to see is that after the very strong call on LNG, the European market this year has been reducing its LNG imports by around 20% compared to last year. And this is primarily due to the rather high storage levels which have been inherited from the previous winter season, and also the weak demand fundamentals. At the same time, we see that domestic natural gas production in Europe continues to decline with the closure of the Groningen field in the Netherlands and also the aging fields in the North Sea. And I also would like to draw your attention that this year we have seen some minor recovery in Russia's piped gas supplies to the European market, mainly to the Central and Eastern European markets, but we don't think that this is a structural change. This is more an optimization reflective of the optimization strategy of certain Central and Eastern European gas players. Now, some positive news, but we are probably all aware of them. The European Union was able to fill up its underground storage sites up to 90% of their working capacity, and we continue to inject their natural gas. So this should give us a cautious optimism ahead of the coming winter season. But at the same time, geopolitics can easily distort market fundamentals. And on this map, we are just showing a couple of examples on how geopolitics intervened with the well-functioning natural gas markets in the last couple of years. We have the Red Sea crisis, which had very significant repercussions on LNG trade across the Suez Canal. But as mentioned, the most important uncertainty ahead of the winter season is, of course, the fate of the Ukrainian natural gas transit, which indeed could lead to a reduction of 14-15 BCM of natural gas supplies into the European Union in 2025, and as such could lead to tighter market fundamentals. With that, I have a couple of key takeaways points, but maybe for the sake of saving time, I would like to pass on the floor to my colleagues. Thank you. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Greg. The German and European industry has been struggling. Its competitive advantage from buying cheap Russian pipeline gas has gone. China and the US have an edge with lower carbon emission costs and cheaper secure gas. heavy energy-intense sectors such as petrochemical, fertilizer, metal smelters and refineries are bearing the brunt of this, with cheaper imports coming from Russia, India and China. The improvement and build-out of res and energy infrastructure is helping to reduce European gas demand, as Greg just pointed out, but how is it affecting the wholesale energy price? One of the most challenging aspects of European energy security is the fast-paced build-out of wind and solar over the last couple of years, which is paramount to understanding gas demand for power generation. However, as Greg alluded to recently in an article, this has hit a new volatile high, as grids and TSOs desperately try to balance the new normal of high renewable production with the flexibility of thermal generation. Here to give us an update of EU industry and European energy demand is Andreas Schroeder, who joined ICIS in 2020. He currently holds the position as Head of Energy Analytics and is responsible for ICIS data and modelling portfolio of electricity, gas, LNG and hydrogen, drawn from his extensive experience in leading large data and energy modelling projects over the years. Please welcome Andreas as he gives his presentation.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Lee. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Andreas Schröder, Head of Market Analytics. And so today I want to make 3 claims here and underpin that with some data and charts. So first of all, let's talk about deindustrialization, buzzword often mentioned in the political discussions. And we have the data to prove that at least some of that is happening at the moment in Germany, in Europe. And I want to speak about geopolitics driving the energy prices. We'll have a look at the energy prices and then talk shortly about the LNG markets and how it's shifting. Topic of this day is paradigm shift, how it's shifting from a tight to a loose market over time. So let's look at industry first. My claim is there is some trends of deindustrialization, and if we look at the most, especially at the 2023 data, we've seen industrial production really coming down, and it's a true statement for the industry as a whole, but it's certainly true for some of the sectors, and there we're speaking about steel and chemicals, which are the most affected sectors, as you see with this green negative columns going down. With the data of this year, it's looking less gloomy, but still we observe that especially Germany is trailing behind other countries. So it's a bit worrying to see how Germany is kind of dragging down the whole European average, and that's especially true for the chemical sector, minus 5% still this year for the German industrial production in that sector. And we at ICIS, we're looking at these specific sectors. You see it here again, but we are looking at all the facilities in the world. We have data we're looking at detecting how our capacity is offline or online, and you will see gas prices or energy prices as a whole. They do impact chemical and fertilizer industrial capacity worldwide, but they do especially so in Europe. And let's zoom into Europe, and that's where you see all of the facilities that we detected being offline for longer than just a temporary closure. And there we have a few sites, notably in Germany again, Ludwigshafen, BASF, Stade, Üntrop, so some larger chemical sites which are offline for quite a long period. And if you know these numbers, they look quite great. So Germany's, again, shaping what is happening on Europe there. And so it's quite a lot of capacity offline. And the question is, how long will it be offline? So is this a structural break in demand? And we will say for some of those capacities, by speaking to these clients and to these industrials, it looks like there might be some permanent closures indeed. And so we expect around 20 million tons or so of capacity being really offline for a very long time. And that's nearly 10% of the capacity. And capacity utilization overall is already low in the chemical sector. So I'm talking about this to state one of the main reasons for why energy demand, gas demand, power demand is so low in Europe overall at the moment. And so there are some signs of deindustrialization, or let's say shift of production to elsewhere. And we should not forget, there's a lot of overcapacity now coming from other countries and other regions in the world, especially China. Lots of FID decisions being taken before the COVID period now materializing. So there's a lot of overcapacity looming or coming into the market now these years. And we have the data on that. So looking forward, even though there's already overcapacity now, there's still some additions going forward to 2028 for instance, for ethylene propylene production, looking at this. So overcapacity building up, and that's clearly weighing on demand further. Now let's look at the prices. So overall, the situation is we have weak fundamentals, we have low demand, we have quite full storage sites. Greg showed the graphics. We have an okay supply situation, maybe a bit tight on the LNG, but it's overall okay. Still, the prices are not super low. So what is driving prices up? And my claim is it's mostly geopolitical drivers. Again, Greg showed the map of some of the events happening there. And let's look at those prices again. So what we see is, first of all, very low demand from the power sector. Yeah? Low emissions, negative spreads. So I don't see power demand coming back quickly on gas demand, on coal demand. We have very low, even fossil generation. It's been coming down this year heavily again after last year already. And if you look at the chart on the right, those are the spreads, so the margins that power producers would gain if they look at the forward curves, so what they can lock in now already. And it's looking negative all over the horizon there. So go to 2027 or so, it's always negative margins, at least for gas and hard coal. I'm not talking of lignite, that's an exception. But so negative margins mean power is not coming back quickly, at least not at current prices. Therefore, the fundamentals remain weak for the time being in Europe. Still, prices are high, and prices are very much dominated by what's happening on the gas market. Yeah? So the power market, the carbon market, they all look at what's happening on the gas, and we can show that with very strong correlations between the prices, the effect from gas on power. So that's a given. And looking at the gas prices, we're now, let's say, back to a bit more normal pattern. So we have had this outbreak of gas prices during the energy crisis 2022, but we're now back into this corridor, which we would say between a very cheap US-based Henry Hub gas price offer versus the upper ceiling, some oil parity. Still, a lot of the LNG contracts out there are oil indexed. This is notably true for the Asian markets. And 70% roughly of the LNG trade is still long-term contract dominated. So there you can speak about oil price or other price impacts on gas prices. And therefore the oil parity for gas prices plays a role, and it's like an upper ceiling you can consider for the corridor of a gas pricing. And we're now hitting this upper ceiling at the moment. That's true for Asia. Asia is coming back on the LNG sphere. And there I'm adding the European price. So the red line is the European price. It's moving very much in pair with Asia. Classically, that's a pattern we have been observing for many years, with few exceptions only when there's really like outages or cold spells. And now Asia is becoming a bit stronger now. The spread is opening. Asia comes back with strong Chinese demand, with India, Pakistan, Bangladesh coming back. They renounced on the gas during the crisis. They are now coming back. So this brings Asian prices up. And there's two events in Europe which have been driving TTF up in pair. It's the OMV, so this Austrian company payment issue with Gazprom recently, and then it's the Suja, the interconnector point, Ukraine-Russia, the attack from Ukraine on Russia, or the seizing of this interconnector. Those events, the risk of supply shortages coming out of these events, this is driving the prices so much, whilst US gas is completely unaffected from this. Yeah, so you would see very low offers, and that's so clear. It makes sense to relocate to US for industrials because energy is so cheap, has been cheap for so long, and remains cheap in our projections. That's a risk to European industry. Let me close on Talking about LNG markets, they are a bit tight at the moment. Greg alluded to this already. So we see these high prices. Nevertheless, there is a huge wave coming of new supplies. But let's talk about the short term first. So Asia is coming back. I said this. Europe is currently struggling to get this LNG, but they don't need it so much because the storages are full, demand is weak, so we don't need this LNG at the moment. We have the regas capacities for in times we need more. Okay, so that's a security of supply consideration. And at the moment, it's not fully utilized. The German terminals are not. They've been strongly utilized at the beginning, but not any longer at the moment. Yeah, so it's questionable. Do we really need all of this additional land-based terminals in Germany? I put a question mark, a strong one. China coming back, but I want to stress another fact here. So this is I close with this one, the global LNG balance. We see it tight at the moment, so we estimate roughly 10 million tons tightness this year. This is about, consider a market of 400 million tons. It's not strong, but it's some tight signal. And this is shifting. So this is shifting towards a long market somewhere around the 2026 mark. Yeah, and that's, so you look at this, the green shaded area. So this is, so to say, going from a short market, negative, to a long market, and quite a considerably long market. So close to 100 million tons length, so to say, in the market, with all the additions that we see. The wave of new supplies, we have Qatar going up from 77 million tons to nearly 140 in our projections, so almost doubling by 2030. We have the US adding new capacities. There's only some signals of tightness at the short term with outages, with Russian Arctic underperforming because of sanctions. So those signals and some delays of projects, but they can impact maybe the 2025, 2026 range, but beyond this, the wave will be coming at some point, and then it's a question mark. Will we find the demand pocket somewhere? And there was this nice slide before. There is Asian coal demand, so we may want to switch this off and then get the gas in. But first, we have to do this really. But for the time being, I would say markets will turn to long. Thanks for the attention, and I close with this and a link to our products.
Thanks, Andreas. Actually, I think that's a really interesting slide, and I think we'd circle back to that through the questions. I think it's great. Germany recently announced it would like to build an additional 10 gigs of gas turbine power plants amid heavily negative margins for baseload power production, which is what Andreas just showed. We've seen this year very large hourly power price divergence between countries, a function of individual power stacks or cost of fuel. Even within the EU's power coupling policy. We hear a lot of news that high inflation has led to many renewable projects becoming unfeasible due to high production costs. We have seen that Europe this year has had a cumulative 8,000 hours of negative electricity prices across European countries, which is almost double we've seen from previous years. This leads to some poignant questions. Does having these negative hours disincentivize new renewable projects with low or negative margins? Does the cost of balancing the grid with flexible generation outweigh the benefits of negative hours? How can the TSOs resolve grid stability? And where are we with battery technology, given renewables have far outpaced the ability to store and smooth electricity generation? Here to give an overview of the EU's clean energy transition is Sarah Brown, the European Programme Director at global think tank EMBA. Sarah joined EMBA 4 years ago and leads the work to accelerate the clean energy transition through data and policy across Europe. So please welcome Sarah as she gives her presentation.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to Commerzbank for inviting me to speak. Yes, so as Lee said, I'm going to put the focus on the power sector. I'll have a little look at the EU, and then I'll do a little deep dive into Germany as well. Oops, I've gone the wrong way. Well, I could finish there. So let's have a look at the clean transition status in the EU at the moment. So we did a report, we do a report every year looking back at the year, and for 2023, these are some of the key highlights. Fossil generation falling by 19%. And what was interesting in that is, yes, coal led that at 26%, but what was interesting was that gas fell at the same time. And often in the past we had seen if coal had fallen by that amount, there would have been some slight uptick in gas. So as these other presentations have said, the demand for gas in the power sector in the EU is certainly falling, and we don't necessarily see that trend reversing. Renewables got up to 44%. That was the first time they got over 40%, and wind and solar accounted for 27% of this. And then a real headline that we liked was that wind generation actually overtook gas power generation for the first time. So is that continuing in 2024? So we looked at the first 6 months. Fossil generation down yet again, 17% versus 19% for the full year last year. Coal leading again at 24%, but gas again down 14%. Renewables now up at 50% of the electricity mix. Wind and solar at 30%. And the highlight chart for us this 6 months in June was that for the half year, wind and solar had overtaken fossil for the first time. So let's have a look at the quick look at the breakdown. So you can see that this is in terawatt hours, looking at absolute growth in wind and solar. Also, as was mentioned, hydro was mentioned earlier, very volatile, but we had such a 1 in 500 year drought the year before in 2022 and 2023 that there's a large growth in that at 33 terawatt hours. But there are substantial falls in coal and gas. And interestingly, I'll touch on this later, a slight rise in demand. So here's the one I said that was kind of a headline, is that the wind and solar overtaking fossil power in the first half of 2024. Never seen that before. This happened in Germany for the first time. It was 4 countries that it happened for the first time. Germany, Belgium, Netherlands and Hungary. And then 5 countries make up 3/4 of the fall in this EU fossil generation. You'll see again Germany leading. Germany's coal fell by 28%. But we've also seen significant drops in other large coal-burning countries such as Poland, where I think May 2023 compared to May 2024, it's gone from 80% coal down to, I think, around 54%. It's quite significant changes in those coal-burning countries, but also gas contributing in lots of those countries as well. So what happened with looking at the countries for the EU wind and solar generation? We see again Germany at the top there in the absolute percentage perspective. Germany and Netherlands leading, and it's a bit more widespread on the solar, but that's the breakdown. And I'll just touch on this because we've talked about demand a lot, so I'm just going to say the key takeaway from this is that wind and solar overtook fossil fuel despite the fact that we had demand growth. So sometimes we've seen, I think when we looked back at the whole year over 2023, there was a large demand fall, and that was quite a significant contributor to the fall in the fossil fuel generation. Whereas we saw this time in the first 6 months that demand has made a slight recovery, and yet wind and solar are still generating more, and they're compensating for that, for all the fall in fossil fuel. We adjusted demand for temperatures, and then if we look at Germany, yes, we had German demand falling by 1%, power demand, but when adjusted, that was even a very slight growth. So is the EU on target? We've had a look at what it's done so far, but is it on target for what it's meant to be doing by, say, 2030? This is looking at the overall renewable energy percentages by country. This has come from their most recent national energy and climate plans. Some of you will know the final ones were due in June, end of June. I think only 10 have so far put those in. So these are either the ones that have been put in or the ones that were put in as drafts last year. So the NECPs at the moment are on track for about 66% renewables, whereas the REPowerEU target is 72%. But from a clean power perspective, rather than just renewables, they're equating to 83% of the electricity mix by 2030. And if we do a dig down into solar and wind, starting with solar. So this is just showing the NECPs, where the targets are at the moment based on their NECPs, the Repower EU target for 2030 for solar, and then Solar Power Europe's medium and high scenarios. So Solar Power Europe, generally very optimistic, but even their medium scenario is overshooting the Repower EU and the NECPs. So generally a good story for solar. Onshore wind as well, the expectation, this is from Wind Europe, is also that by 2030 we'll be hitting the Repower EU target. But then we look at offshore wind deployment, it's a different story. This is always the case, we've seen this a lot. There needs to be about 13 gigawatts, I think, a year increase in wind, in offshore wind, and I think last year was 3 gigawatts, so we're far off that target. You'll see a massive spike up between 2028 and 2030. About 4 countries make up for about 2/3 of that. Germany is ahead. It's top of it of who's going to install the most. And yeah, I think Netherlands is behind that. But still quite a long way to go if we're going to hit those large Repower EU targets for offshore wind. Do a little spotlight on Germany now. These are some of the policies. You're probably aware of a lot of these, but they're aiming for a 65% reduction in emissions by 2030, net zero by 2045. There is a kind of unofficial clean power 2035 target as well. And then they brought in the Easter package, which detailed specific targets for onshore wind, offshore wind and solar. And then they've introduced feed-in tariffs and said that 13 states must designate a percentage of land to onshore wind by 2027 and a higher percentage by 2032. And they've got a dedicated solar package, which hasn't been voted on yet, because I'm not sure. You may know better than me. And then there's the power plant package, which was touched on by Lee. This is the total of 12.5 gigawatts of additional capacity. It was quite contentious when it was announced, but at first they were looking at maybe 27 to 30 gigawatts of additional gas capacity. It's dropped to 12.5. But some of that is not going to auction for some time, and so will not come online until quite late. And 5 gigawatts of that isn't even supposed to be H2 ready. So there's questions around the economic viability of that, the economic viability of hydrogen, but also if they're aiming for clean power 2035, how does that fit in with this package that they're introducing and new gas plants coming online quite late in the day? So how does Germany look within the EU? Ranking 5th on current solar share at 12%. Greece was a clear winner last year, and it's really pushing forward with its policies, but Germany's sitting there in 5th place. And then this is looking at their targets going forward. So Germany, from the Easter package, needs 22 gigawatts of additional solar per year from 2026. Interestingly, already this year, they've reached a maximum of 90 gigawatts total capacity, and their target for this year was only 88. So they're overshooting that on solar. And then they've got the target, which was from the Easter package, of 215. Now, according to Solar Power Europe, by 2030, they think Germany could have installed 232. So from a solar perspective, it very much looks like they'll comfortably hit those targets. So what's their rate of installations looked like compared to other years? So that's so far this year. And yet again, it's up again year on year. So looking relatively positive for hitting those solar installation targets. From a wind perspective, Germany has 28%, ranks 5th again. Denmark obviously extremely strong on wind share and pushing those policies through. We now have the new proposed Commissioner for Energy from Denmark, so we'll see if he gets voted in. And then Germany, looking ahead, it needs to increase by about 10 gigawatts per year to hit its targets, the 145 gigawatts. This chart shows that actually what they're hoping to achieve and then the shortfall against what Wind Europe thinks that they're going to install over the years and up to 2030. So you'll see there a quite significant shortfall. And so far this year, they've reached the total capacity now in 2024 is 71 gigawatts. And they want to try and hit 80 by the end of this year. So we're not looking as promising a story from hitting targets as the solar market. And here I've just broken it down into onshore and offshore wind from Wind Power's perspective, what's going to be installed. So you'll see that Wind Power Europe only think that 119 gigawatts will be installed versus the target of 145. And interestingly, what they're saying is that it's the onshore wind that's going to struggle to reach the target. There is a huge onshore wind target, so that's not really that surprising. But on a brighter note, they have just had a record subscription in their latest onshore wind auction in Germany. I think 5.5 gigawatts went through, or something like that. So they've had a record subscription for onshore wind just like this week and last week. And so if we look here, like we did at solar, the monthly additions and how they look for this year, we'll see that definitely it's tracking below last year, which is not a great sign for wind. And then challenges and solutions. We do talk a lot about the challenges. We know, as Lee mentioned, we've had the negative pricing, we've got grid constraints, and what is it that the market can do about that, and what is being done about that? We're going to need a lot more flexibility. Not so much seasonally. Across Europe, seasonally it looks okay, particularly if the interconnections are working across the EU. It's so well interconnected that when someone's producing quite a lot from solar and the wind isn't blowing, then you can get this offset. So you can move the power around. So seasonally, it's not so important. But what is important is the more short-term, daily flexibility that we're talking about. So the negative prices that are happening, price spikes, etc. So that is really important, and how we're going to achieve that. Now, there's grids development, obviously, upscaling grids, enhancing grids, better utilisation of the grids that we already have. But that can be a slower and more long-term process. The EU introduced the Grids Action Plan last year. What we need now is to see that implemented. We're calling for a task force, a specified task force, to be created to make sure that's implemented on the national level and to help countries do that and to help system operators do that. But as well as the grids, which is often, as I say, a bit more longer term, what we need is that short-term quick fix, more urgent. And for the negative pricing perspective, with the solar causing those negative prices, a key thing is batteries. So I'm just going to have a quick look at what's happened in batteries recently. So massive growth, doubled from 2022 to 2023, 8 gigawatts to 16 gigawatts across the EU. Germany makes up almost 50% of the 16 gigawatts, so very impressive on the percentage of batteries installed. Particularly good on rooftop solar. A lot of rooftop solar, residential rooftop solar, already comes with batteries with it. They're way ahead of most European countries on that. I think about 80% already of residential come with batteries. And interestingly, looking forward, not just on the rooftop solar batteries, we also need that grid scale batteries, the larger batteries. And people are getting more and more confident, industries are getting more confident, regulators are getting more confident, and system operators get more confident about the targets that we can expect to hit. So this is just showing that in 2030 they expected they'd only be able to do 38 gigawatts by 2030. They now think that by 2030 they can install 74 gigawatts. So a significant increase in confidence in what can be built. And so this is just another picture of the grid-style batteries. And predominantly in the EU, there's been a lot of reliance in the past on pumped hydro. But we're now seeing that grid-scale batteries are going to overtake that. So TYNDP, which is the 10-year Network Development Plan, they're showing extremely high expectation in grid-scale batteries by 2030. The other ones are a little bit lower, but it's still a large increase, and you'll see it's much higher than pumped hydro going forward. And from a investor perspective, the value of grids as batteries is that it can actually help capture rates. So it can move, producing the power when the prices are low and you're not making that money out of it, to actually improve your returns over the base load period. So the benefits of batteries. There's also the benefits of the volatility in the price, that you can take that arbitrage. You can do the price arbitrage of batteries. But what we'd like to see is a more flattening out of the price curve. And then, of course, there's demand-side flexibility. I haven't touched on that, so I'll just touch on that really quickly. Here's a map of the installation of smart meter rollout. You can't have good demand-side flexibility without a large rollout of smart meters. And you'll see on this map that Germany is a very, very low rate. I think it's about 1% Germany has of smart meter rollouts. So there needs to be an uptick there. Other countries doing much better, quite strong, but Germany not so good. So I will just go very quickly through this. I won't go through it because it's very long and I'm going to wrap up. But this is an overview of what's going on in Germany with regards to flexibility and electrification. So I guess the key thing there, like I said, Germany, one of the largest markets in battery storage. 80% residential solar systems have batteries. There's a lot of support for solar rollout. And Germany, interestingly, is doing these grid boosters to help, instant critical power going in or off the system to improve flexibility. So I won't dwell on that anymore. I'll finish there. That's just giving you an overview. And thank you very much for your attention.
Now we move to our discussion panel, and I'll come and sit down here if it's more comfortable. Does this work? I have purposefully tried to stay away from geopolitical topics, which this summer has played an important role in an elevated price premium in the European energy markets. I think it's more relevant to focus on the EU strategy to circumvent Russian gas supply, whilst maintaining pre-COVID manufacturing and industrial production levels. However, I feel there is a pressing question, which Greg actually alluded to twice in his presentation, which is Ukrainian gas transit. What are your assumptions? Well, I think to start with, you actually mentioned that it was a potential loss of 15 BCM in 2025, which I think the expectation is the end of the transit agreement is December 2024. We've seen large gas spikes every time it's mentioned, especially with the incursion of Ukraine into the Zudza region. So I think, what are your assumptions after the gas transit agreement expires at the end of 2024, and what would the implications of a halt be, given that we have less than 4 BCM to deliver for the end of 2024, and as you mentioned, potentially 15 BCM in 2025 if it halts completely?
Okay. So I think that maybe just keep a couple of facts in line. Russia's supplies via Ukraine in 2023 were 14.6 BCM. That equates to around 4% of the European Union's natural gas demand. So this is not a very big chunk, but most of those volumes are concentrated in just a couple of Central and Eastern European countries, mainly Austria, Slovakia, Moldova, and historically Hungary has been also receiving some gas, but they managed to reduce their reliance on the Ukrainian transit. I think what is important to note is that there is no alternative route because Turk Stream, the other still functioning Russian piped gas system, is full, so you can't place it to other routes. I think that when we are looking at, of course, we can consider a political agreement to be found, and Russia and Ukraine has a long history of finding such agreements, in the last 24 hours. But when we are looking at the current situation, I think it is very different. First of all, because Russia invaded Ukraine. Second, there is also the question of Suja. And when you want to have a transit agreement, first you need an interconnector agreement. And the interconnector agreement is also expiring on the 1st of January 2025. So when you sign an interconnector agreement, you need to mention the interconnector point, and you need also to say to which country it belongs to. And I don't necessarily see that there will be an agreement on that between the two parties. Now, so our base assumption, and it has been the case since last year, is that we don't foresee Russian pipe gas flowing through Ukraine after the 1st of January 2025. The consequences is that will be felt mostly on the Central and Eastern European markets. We don't see supply security issues, risks arising in Austria, Slovakia, or Hungary because of the ample storage capacity of these countries, and also their quite good interconnectivity with other markets, including those who have access to the global energy market. So I think that here it is manageable. Moldova is more complicated, and here we see that there is a need for more international support in order to secure a stable electricity and gas supply to Moldova. This is.
And just quickly, the conversation around like an Azeri-Russia gas swap, do you think you put much pay to that?
This is an interesting concept. Again, you would need an interconnector agreement between the Russian TSO, who belongs to Gazprom, and the Ukrainian gas TSO. So, and I think that Ukraine has been very clear on that they don't want to have an interconnector agreement, which I think is, personally, I think that's very fair, because that country is just invading yours. So I don't necessarily see how the Azeri swap could help on that, but it's an interesting proposition.
Andreas, I hope you don't mind, but just because you mentioned it, just before we move on to the next questions, there was you mentioned about the OMV story that suddenly happened this year, and it was a very quick news article that kind of scared the market, came and went very quickly. So the arbitration court ruled in Uniper's favour, and I guess OMV around the Russian gas transit, and ultimately they could lead to cancelling their long-term contracts. And there was a story where they actually could take Russian gas and pay Uniper and OMV for that gas, and that got the market very scared that we'd actually lose the residual Russian gas flowing from Velka and Turkstream. Did you put any? That story came very quickly, came and went. Have you got anything to say about that?
Yeah, we were surprised as well to see this market turmoil out of some news and even speculation. So now we're looking every 20th of each month, we're looking at, okay, did the payments go fine, and was there any reduction in flows in Velki Kapuzhani or not? So this is what the market is looking at, what we're looking at. And I cannot anticipate what the arbitration courts will say about cases, but our base case assumption is still that the OMV has all interest to keep up this contract until it's not possible any longer. And these contracts, they're running well into the 2030s. OMV renewed the contract in 2018, going into a very long-term phase, and it can only be interrupted by what was just said. If the Ukraine transit is not running anymore, if the protocol between the interconnect is not working, so that would affect the OMV contract. Otherwise, I see an interest of all players to maintain that relation for now.
Moving back to the focus of EU energy, heat pumps, I think, is a very particular topic at the moment. So I've read recently that 85% of all new properties in Germany have heat pumps installed, with a target, as Sarah alluded to, of 500,000 heat pumps installation per year. So what is your expectation on power demand from this paradigm, and what knock-on effects do you expect for gas-to-power demand as a function of price? Do you think the heat pump targets are realistic?
I mean, to put this into perspective, at the moment we have 2 million heat pumps in Germany, roughly, and we had a very strong year last year, 2023, with 360,000 additions or so per year. So that was record high in response to the high gas prices and the energy crisis as the overall. So people looking at that, they were rushing into heat pumps, but there is a new development, almost a shift with the heating law, Heizungsgesetz. There was some uncertainty created, and so since then the permitting and the request for subsidies is going down quite considerably. So we're expecting only a bit more than 200,000 additions this year. So this is way short the target of 500,000. We were on track almost 360, not far from 500, but it looks like the recent data proves that this target is a bit too ambitious, so we're probably going to miss the 6 million targets by 2030 at installations in Germany. And so what's the additional demand? Well, heat pumps are very efficient in use, so that's their main advantage. At the moment, we have around 10 terawatt hours consumption of that. So there are studies that this could go to 50 or 40 terawatt hours. So you add 30 terawatt hours, but that's not that's not so massive if you compare what you can save on the gas side. If you switch gas to heat pumps, you would save easily 50 terawatt hours or 60 even on the gas side. So that would be a huge gain. So it makes sense to switch these heating devices, and it makes sense to have targets, even ambitious targets, even if they are unrealistic. At least it shows the direction. But what this new law created was a lot of uncertainty, turmoil, and people rushing into decision makings. There's a pickup in oil heating installations now, a pickup in gas heating again. So it's a bit weird to see a law creating the inverse of what it intended to do, at least in recent data.
I think you skipped the slide because of timing, but you don't really have much uptick in power demand expectation. So I guess that kind of says what your expectation is of the heat pump situation as it is.
So we expect 1.5% or so this year power demand increase overall. So it's pretty sluggish growth, let's say.
Sarah, you touched on wind farms. So, we keep reading they're no longer economical without subsidies due to rising costs. There is Energy Island in Denmark and Bornholm and the North Sea have recently reported seeing Belgian investors pull out and have approached Germany. What are the next step for wind farms if margins are turning negative or less profitable?
Yeah, interesting question. And I think it's in the news a lot about, escalating costs and grid connection issues and the like. And the two that you mentioned, the North Sea one, Belgium just recently pulled out. They pulled out of financing the grid connection into Belgium. So now the Danish government is looking towards Germany to do the connection into Germany. But that will delay. I think it was meant to start 2033. So it's not off the table, but they're now saying it's probably going to be delayed to 2036. And I think it's around 3 gigawatts to kick off with. And then the Bornholm one, that's not affected by the Belgium. That's Germany and Denmark anyway. And I think there's just questions about not whether it'll get built, but will it be ready for 2030? But it's not all doom and gloom. There is still a great commitment to the wind. I mean, even Ørsted came out and said that they've seen an uptick in profits so far this year in 4 of their wind farms, including one in Germany. So that's good news. And also the tools of making the wind farms more profitable. We've got examples of last year we had, again, doom and gloom because of the UK September auction. There were no bids. But that was for good reason. The strike price did not in any way reflect inflation or reality. And now what we've seen on a much more positive note is the recent auction actually was oversubscribed, and it got 5.3 gigawatts of offshore wind, 500 megawatts of floating included in that, which is also interesting. So it isn't all doom and gloom, and we've also just had announced this week state aid approval for 700 megawatts at Princess Elizabeth Island in Belgium. So not all bad news out of Belgium either. So yeah, and then you've got things like the Vilnius Declaration for the Baltic states, looking at increasing the Baltic Sea offshore. So yeah, not all bad. And I think, yeah, that what's crucial is making sure these CFD rollouts are happening. And you are seeing a lot of support for that from the new Commission. So there's definitely the commitment there. And also it's a bit of a competitive advantage for the EU because the offshore wind and the wind industry, compared to the US, is much more mature and also has much more sustained political support. So when they're talking about this competitiveness and energy security and, you know, trying to make sure we're competing, if we can, with the US and the EU, the offshore wind industry is actually a really good example of where we can.
I'll stick with you, Sarah, or maybe Andreas could also chime in on this. But solar, we see cannibalization of midday peak solar prices turning negative, which is a big part of the 8,000 negative hours. And then, yeah, registering more negative prices this year than before without battery technology. But how is this really going to help the lower baseload power prices? Is there in any way, and I think this is probably more to you, Andreas, for the industrialization, is there a way that production and industry can change to deal with lower prices in midday in the seasons or winter periods? Like, is there a way it can kind of change and adapt to the lower prices to make effect, or is it we're just really relying on battery technology? It's either to Sarah or to Andreas.
Shall I start? I'll start. Okay, so from a price perspective, I mean, fundamentally, lots of negative prices should be reducing the baseload price over the day. So if you're talking about reducing baseload prices, then that should be happening. If you've got a big chunk of hours in the middle of the day that are negative, your overall baseload price should be falling, but it's not ideal. I think what's important to remember as well when we're talking about prices is if we look at the impact that solar and wind have had on making sure the price spikes and the costs weren't even worse during the energy crisis. So we've got to remember the benefits as well. I think the IEA estimated that from 2021 to 2023, the growth in wind and solar saved 100 billion euros in costs on electricity prices. So they are having positive impacts. There's a lot of reflection on the negative prices, but it's also a lot of positive coming out of the growth in wind and solar. And also, you mentioned batteries. Batteries, as I mentioned in my presentation, are definitely a very significant answer to flattening out that price curve that people want and to making the solar industry and the solar power more economically viable. And as I showed, the increase in batteries is quite phenomenal from 2022 to 2023, doubling in the installations. So that's really important. But there are going to be things that need to happen to do with grid congestion and curtailment to ensure that those negative prices, either the solar is shifted to different parts of the day from a supply perspective, but as you mentioned, from a demand perspective, there needs to be that demand-side response, more attention on demand-side response. And we are seeing that again from the political powers that be, the interest there, but it needs to be incentivised. So there needs to be more incentives on industrial self-consumption and self-generation. There are things that people are looking into. It is happening, but it needs to be a lot more incentivised so that people can grab the benefits of that.
We've seen a massive increase in negative prices and the occurrence number of hours recently, so way more than any years before. So this is really a topic up to like a hot topic now. And it would be good if industries can participate in the gains of this. But at the moment, we have some regulatory issues where you pay grid tariffs independent of negative prices. So you cannot, even if it's a negative hourly prices, you would still pay a positive price because of fees and taxes and so on. So you cannot fully get the gains of this, unfortunately. So you would need some regulatory change. Government is also now looking at how to restructure these type of grid tariffs to let flexible industrials have an advantage more than the inflexible ones. The aluminium industry, okay, they need flat production, flat power. I accept that. But there's some other industries, manufacturing, chemicals, they can fluctuate a bit and they have some load shedding possibilities as well. And so there I imagine industry can make gains from negative prices. Yeah.
I think one of the outcomes we've seen from solar is that the winter-summer spreads have widened across like 2025, 2026, which obviously if you're a sugar producer where a lot of your seasonality is in the winter, these negative prices don't really help so much on their production. But yeah, very interesting point. Greg, European competitive edge. This is a three-part question. Do you see any immediate changes or low-hanging fruit to help European manufacturing sectors revive, which could lead to a recovery in industrial gas demand? I'll do it one by one. You can answer.
Okay. Well, I think that's a crucial question. What we have seen is that after the 22 gas supply shock, gas demand in European industry collapsed, and as mentioned in the presentation, we started to see some gradual recovery happening in 24, but we are still below the pre-crisis levels, and that's, I think, very much due to the fact that there have been, first of all, the price levels are still not there yet, but they have been before the pre-crisis. Second, there have been some permanent loss in European industrial gas demand because plant closures, because some efficiency gains or some fuel switching. When we are looking at the medium-term outlook, we don't necessarily see that European gas demand will recover to pre-crisis levels. Actually, in our view, most of that recovery will happen until 25, 26, and then we will start to see those structural drivers which actually start to reduce natural gas demand in industry, including more electrification or also more low emissions hydrogen coming into the picture. But that's very much towards the end of the decade. I think it is important to recognize that we are just not at the same level playing field as, for instance, the United States, where we have a $2 per MMBTU Henry Hub price. We have a stable structure of gas supplies. So I think that and we have seen a number of European companies deciding to moving away to other places, China, North America, and yeah, it is very hard to see how this would change over the medium term. So not a very positive outlook.
You both have a good demand forecast out to 5-10 years, but do you think the market's digested the CBAM, the emissions cross-border mechanism coming in 2026 to make Europe more competitive? Do you think that's priced into the market in terms of additional demand staying in Europe through high import prices?
I think it can help on the margin, but it is not going to change the big picture. So it is. I would say it will have some marginal positive impact on energy demand in the European industry, but it is not going to change the big picture.
Just in terms of time, I've got one more question, and I think we can throw it out to the audience to if there's any questions. But both of you produced a good LNG global supply. I think I'd like to have come back to your slide there, Andreas, because ultimately you see a huge glut, which I think is very common in the marketplace, of potentially 100 million tons of LNG over the next 5 years. But arguably we have this huge 6,000 million tons of coal consumption in China. So there's a lot of conversations that we are going to see this supply glut, but it's nowhere near big enough to really start to chew through Asia's huge coal consumption. So is the expectation, I think there's got to be a feedback loop, I guess, in prices. We always say like higher prices is the best cure for higher prices and vice versa for low prices. Are we expecting to see the glut, lower prices, and then we're going to start to see some coal to gas switching, or really you think we're going to have a sustained period of higher LNG supply available to Europe?
Thanks for this question. So alluding to the chart that I showed, we believe this wave of LNG is coming, and it's just so big that whatever you do, even we cross-checked other outlooks with more bullish demand outlook. I mean, Greg said we are rather not too bullish on European gas demand, but the rest of the world can grow more, especially China. But still, even if China switches more, coal to gas, the regas capacity can be a shortage. There's logistical issues, so you would first need to build terminals. Okay, FSRUs can cope with some capacity, but you wouldn't have land-based terminals within a few years. So consider those lead times, and then you may, towards the early 2030s or so, pick up more demand. And there's, of course, additional countries. I mentioned Vietnam, Bangladesh, all of these southern East Asian countries which are already picking up more LNG now, and India being very responsive to prices in LNG terms. So there I can see some rebound, and then you will have these business cycles with low prices inciting new switching to gas and then bringing up prices again. But consider we had we had a very long low price period, 2010 to 2020, where no one ever believed TTF could ever go beyond 40 or so any longer. And then came the shock afterwards. So, but these long periods of abundant supply are possible, and I think we are on the brink of entering such a phase towards the end of 2020 somewhere. But let's not fix on the date. Is it 2026 or so? We see some project delays indeed. They are impacting the prices on the curve, but they will not shift the balance drastically, I think.
Understood. Thank you very much. Could we pass any questions out to the audience? Has anybody got a question they'd like to ask the panelists? Oh.
Yeah, thank you. On the backdrop of increasing importance of artificial intelligence in the data centers that come along with it, what do you assume, or do you have an assumption of how much added renewable capacity will actually be absorbed by this additional demand, and is it reflected in the forecast so far?
I don't know the numbers by heart of we have data centers, and we're currently having a project looking at this more in detail, but I don't know the numbers now off the top of my head. But it is incorporated in our demand outlook, not too short term, so there's not a massive increase in the short term, but we believe very much into electrification in the medium term towards 2030 or so, and later. Yeah, so adding electric mobility and of course data centers, but will they locate in Germany? I doubt this. They would rather move to price zones which are cheaper and where there's abundant renewable supply, and then we're talking about the Nordic markets in specific.
Pardon?
Yeah, I was just going to say that just quickly that on the AI growth in the EU, the main AI growth that people are seeing is outside of the EU. So, yeah, and for us when we look at it, what is demand going to be in 2030? It's very difficult to say. How fast will electrification go? But we're seeing it mostly incorporated into what people are thinking. the anticipated AI growth within the EU?
I think it's a really good question after like Mario Draghi's presentation and von der Leyen coming out with AI factories is definitely a key topic. But ultimately, I think you need security of energy supply, and I think that's why it's better outside Europe at the moment. But I think it's something that's going to be hot on the radar very, very soon. Is there any more questions at all?
Is very volatile. Either you have too much of it or less than needed. So there was a plan leaked recently from the Federal Grid Agency of Germany that energy-intense companies could adjust their production. If there's abundant power supply, then they could raise production. If there's less supply, then they could lower it via the changing of the grid fees to be paid. The response from industry was very negative from the association. There's threats of further moving away from Germany. So my question is, could this really work?
Sarah, is that?
That's a big question. I think the thing is you've got to have a combination. So when I said we've got flexibility needs, it can't all come from one bit. So it can't all come from demand-side response, and demand-side response has to change from what it is currently, quite fixed and not necessarily well incentivised. You've also got to have the grid infrastructure, improvements, investments, enhancements, and better utilisation of the grids we already have. And then you've got to have the batteries. So it can't all fall to one form of flexibility. There's different forms of clean flexibility that must be engaged, and they've all got to be focused on, they've all got to be incentivised. So I think, like you say, and like I said earlier, there are opportunities. Some industries, like Andrea said, some manufacturing and processes, they can't move around with the variability, but there's some that can, there's a list that can, but you've got to incentivise them to want to do that. So that's what it is. Yes, some industries will say this isn't going to work for me, but there will be industries that can do that and will do that. And during the energy crisis, they did it voluntarily. So it wasn't it's like these prices are so high, we don't want to do this, so we're going to change the way that we're producing.
We have another question.
Yeah, hi. Two questions. I think yesterday we learned that BP is putting up for sale all its US wind-based onshore wind business. That sort of fits the story that, Sarah, you mentioned, that sort of solar is all well on track, but wind is maybe sort of lagging in sort of build out and investment and so on. So the question is, do you think this is a sort of BP specific thing, or do you think there is a wider theme that sort of operation of wind is maybe more labor intensive, more cumbersome overall, and ultimately production is more volatile due to wind conditions than solar, so that wind loses in attraction to investors? So is that the wider theme? And then maybe to you, Sarah, and then Andreas, you mentioned, there may not be demand for all the sort of German LNG regas terminals. So would you think there is anyone specifically at danger, or put it more positively, which of the one that we have do you think is sort of best positioned to survive, and why?
I'll go first. That was a multifaceted question, so I'll try and give you a multifaceted answer, but very interesting. Yeah, as for BP, I think there's two things going on there, really. I think for some of the oil and gas majors, traditional oil and gas majors, with the kind of windfall profits they made during the energy crisis, that their focus moved a little bit away from renewables. I think we saw it with Shell as well, a cutback in those. I think it is limited to certain companies. There's still appetite, for Copenhagen infrastructure partners and things like that to build the wind in the EU. And the one you mentioned as well is US specific. So there are issues specifically with the US. There's been a really, really concerted effort and campaign against wind, offshore and onshore. So like I said before, in the EU, you've got a much more mature market and more political support and sustained political support for wind. So it's slightly different. So I think the US market is kind of unique, negative place to be operating at the moment. And then, of course, you've got the fear if Trump gets in, etc. Anyway, and then on generally for onshore wind, you've got the kind of social acceptance issues as well. So it's kind of an uphill battle. But things are improving. Like I said, Germany had a record subscription for onshore wind in its latest auction. So it just depends. I see a more positive outlook, but there are huge challenges. But I think there are specific instances with the BP US thing that isn't necessarily universal.
So German LNG started off pretty well. They were fully utilized, these terminals, from December 2022 on. And then it went down a bit, the utilization. It's not a negative sign necessarily, it's okay. And we believe they can be okay utilized for the next 2 or 3 years as Europe attracts the LNG. But the long-term plans are so massive for Germany. You would add another, plans even went to 50 BCM or so, or 40 BCM of additional terminals, land-based and FSRUs. So that's just so much. It would be half of German consumption, which is going down over time. And do we need this? We would need this if the Ukraine transit really stops, and then okay, a terminal in Rügen, Mukran, can make sense because you will have this Opal pipeline to Czech Republic. You can cater supply the Central European terminal. So then it can't make sense on that assumption. Yeah. Brunsbüttel, Wilhelmshaven. I mean, we have seen delays on Stade. It's still not there. They promised it for April or even before. So you see these delays coming in. I can imagine that for other land-based terminals, now they have time. They are not in a rush, so it will be pushed and pushed and pushed, and then you will maybe see some projects die. I will not mention names now because I cannot say. They all deliver into THE, a common market, so they all get the same price. But a disadvantage for the Eastern German ones is all the LNGs taking 1 day longer to go via Denmark. So that's a natural disadvantage for the Mukran, and Rostock has already been abandoned, I think, as a project. It's a bit of an advantage for Wilhelmshaven, Brunsbüttel, but Wilhelmshaven does not have sufficient connection to the grid at the moment, so it has to top up that as well. What I don't believe in is the H2 readiness of terminals, which they are claiming now. I haven't seen any pilot cases except of one in Japan, a small size one. So I still don't see it until I don't believe it until I see it.
I think, save getting in trouble with Manuel, we've got a coffee break now, and I hope our expert panel will stay for coffee. So if there's any more audience questions, then please feel free outside to approach them. So thank you, Greg, Andreas, and Sarah, for joining us on stage, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Last people coming in. Perfect. So let's get started. Hello again. Good to see you back. Hopefully you enjoyed the little coffee break and it at least helped a bit to refill batteries and be well prepared now for the second panel of the day on the European carbon market on the EU ETS. I guess you're aware, Michael referred to it already in the welcome speech. Emissions trading is quite a long-lasting tradition for us here in Commerzbank, being active in the EU ETS for almost 20 years now. And though I personally have to admit that I would have been quite young working in the beginnings of the EU ETS in early 2005, but I can say that I'm highly motivated and it's great to be able to work in carbon markets and around carbon markets today, especially in times when effective decarbonization is more important than ever before. And as you know, the EU ETS is not something out there, but it is a cornerstone and a key cornerstone of the EU's climate policy and the key tool to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in a cost-effective way. The last 3 to 4 years were pretty challenging, pretty dynamic for all of us. We've covered some of the aspects already in the first panel. And now we want to dive a bit more into details of what happened in the EU ETS, in the European carbon market. We want to explore more about the current price drivers and also want to look ahead what's coming next on the political agenda. I'm very excited because I know we have 3 fantastic speakers here on stage, namely Markus Ferdinand, Chief Analytics Officer from Veit, correct, Veit, in Oslo, who will provide an analyst perspective on short-term fundamental drivers. Then we have Juan Cheng from Bloomberg in London, analyst European carbon, who will then focus on the challenges ahead in the European carbon market, on free allocation phase-out, on abatement options, on decarbonization in the industry. And then we have Louis Anstead from ICIS in London as well, senior analyst EU carbon and power market, who will help us to better understand what's actually on the policy agenda and what's coming next in the EU ETS. And with that being said, enough from me. Markus, over to you on the first presentation. Stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Manuel, and thanks for the invite to Commerzbank. Actually, a pleasure to be back. I've been here quite a few years ago, so yeah, happy that the topic is still very relevant. Okay, that was the same. It's a big button and I pressed the wrong one. Okay, just for everyone to know, I'm representing Veit. We are basically an analysis company looking into renewable power, renewable fuels, and all kinds of carbon markets around the world. I'm going to speak about short-term drivers in the EU ETS today. And basically, we have to look at a price chart first, obviously, to understand where and how the market has moved recently. And honestly, if you don't mind, I'll take a microphone here and walk around. Thank you. So what you see here is basically the carbon price as it developed over the past 1.5 years, with the horizontal lines showing you also the averages from previous years, right? Just to illustrate a few price drivers. So when you look into what kind of was really moving the price lately, so starting from around 80 euros or so, beginning of 2023, we had the Fit for 55 adoption, so basically a lot of changes on the regulatory side of the market, moving to an all-time high of more than 100 euros per ton with a very bullish narrative, and then gas prices came down, right? So with weaker gas prices, carbon went quite significantly lower and almost halved until February, March this year. Then we've seen gas prices rebounding, carbon moved up, and then, there is macro elements in here, right? So pessimistic macro picture, I named it. I mean, obviously quite multifaceted. We've seen the Nikkei crash, so you could have expected something to happen on carbon. It was just a blip in the ocean. And then more importantly, again, policy drivers. REPowerEU volumes being added, floating into the market, starting in 23, and then auction calendar updates, for instance, right? So very carbon-specific drivers that had a kind of an impact on prices. If you compare it to historic volumes, so what you see here is like the dark blue line, and that's the average from December 23 contract was holding up around 85 euros, and then the 22 contract around 80 euros. So those were also benchmarks when looking into where prices should move potentially in the short term. So I thought what I'm doing now is I'm asking two questions. Why are prices not higher where they are today? So we're trading around 65 euros right now. And why are they not lower? So talking about the higher prices. Why are they not higher? So when you look into fossil power generation, and this is basically taking kind of emissions on a seasonal chart, 21 emissions, 22 emissions, relatively similar. 23, okay, something's happening here, already quite a bit lower. So meaning that we already went into 24 with relatively low hedge demand from the utility sector. A picture that continues, right? So in 24, we're again almost 20% lower year on year compared to 23 levels. This is significant. And this is significant because obviously the power sector is one of the main drivers for EUA demand, which means if power emissions are lower, you have quite a bit lower demand for EUAs. How does the power sector look like right now? So when you look on the left side, you see basically kind of on the bar charts, the relative share of kind of power generation by generation type. And I think it's quite clear here. The green bar is increasing over the years, which is renewables. So we are, and we heard that before, above 50% actually year to date in 24. So very strong year again for renewables. When you look at the right chart, which is the fossil share relative, you see, and this is on a monthly basis now, you see that, well, we have seen gas being a bit on the move during the late years, but the late month, or the most recent month, but in September, coal also had a bit of a comeback, hard coal. So I think this is basically showing why we are seeing a carbon market under pressure at the moment with regards to power sector demand. Looking at fuel switch levels, I mean, it's basically the price or the EUA price that needs to be reached in order to switch from hard coal to gas in this case. So you see two lines maneuvering with each other there. The blue one on the left chart is the EUA price. The brown one is the front month's fuel switch level. And you see that for most parts of 24, gas was actually in the money, if you want to say so, by comparing those two levels with each other. But if you look at the right side, which is the forward curve, the fuel switch forward curve, basically, that I took about a week ago, you see the switching price is quite significantly above the EUA price for all contracts, which means that coal is in the money. So there might be some shift happening right now with regards to where demand from the power sector comes from. But if you look at the larger picture here, gas has been ruling this year in most of the cases. Looking at the macro situation, what you see here is basically the development of interest rates. Kind of that's the top two lines, and then the IFO business climate index for Germany. That is depicted against the EUA price, which is kind of the brown and the red line. So when you look into the macro situation, what have we seen? We have seen interest rates being relatively high, business confidence being relatively low. What does it mean? Well, it basically means not really lots of appetite to put cash into a market that kind of you don't want to put cash in right now. Because it's obviously quite expensive to get kind of the money from the bank and then put it into kind of, let's say, a carry trade or kind of any other financial construction here, which basically means demand from the financial sector has also been a bit lower compared to what we had seen before, as well as has probably disincentivized some of the industrials to take a bit more or longer positions than they would have probably done otherwise at carbon prices around 60 euros or so. Because if you compare it to where we expect carbon prices to go in the long run, 60 euros, 70 euros seems to be a relatively good hedge right now. Looking into how the market is positioning itself with regards to the different trading categories, I think quite a few of you will know the concept of commitment of trader data, which is basically a possibility to see who in the market holds which open interest. So what I've depicted here, starting on the right side actually, is the correlation, 2 months correlation between the EUA carbon price and in like the net position of investment fund holdings. When you look at the chart, you see a few ups and downs, but overall, I think the trend is quite visible. It's a very good positive correlation between investment fund holdings and UAs. When you look at the left chart, which is where the absolute values are depicted in terms of UA price versus the investment fund holdings, you can see that investment funds have had in the kind of, at the start of the year, like a net short position of around 40 million allowances. It's not big if you look at it from like the overall market, which is around 1.1, 1.2 gigatons, right? But overall, it is quite a sentiment driver that has actually pushed prices lately. And then what we have seen towards summer, those net shorts had been had decreased, maybe also squeezed out to a certain extent. Now we have seen then we have seen a dip again, another kind of squeeze towards August, September, where we were at around 6 million shorts left in the market. Now we're back at around 20 million, so I missed the latest data point which came in yesterday. But it is a bit of like a balancing act right now on the investment funds, and I think it's quite important to watch as a potential early indicator when the market is turning on a bit more of a mid to long-term perspective again, because what we're seeing right now is the market is very, very short-term driven and almost ignoring like the fundamental picture, which I'm going to show you in a second, because this is why carbon prices might move higher, is basically ignoring that picture, which kind of shows annual shortages on the horizon for the years 26 onwards. Okay. Then this is a bit of a hybrid topic here, Repower EU. So this element is looking into the short-term effect of Repower EU. Repower EU, you kind of know, kind of a big funding mechanism to kind of increase independence from foreign kind of energy imports mainly. The EU ETS plays a role in it, a tiny role in the big kind of picture, but a quite significant role when it comes to additional supply hitting the market. Because the EU ETS is supposed to deliver 20 billion euros towards Repower EU, it's not saying how many allowances it needs to use, which is happening through auctions. So there's additional auction volumes entering the market, kind of basically front-loading it from later years. And these additional auctions need to generate those 20 billion, right, until mid-2026. So given that it's a monetary target and not kind of a volume target, what we're seeing is basically that with a stipulated carbon price of 75 euros per ton, which the Commission assumed when it first indicated how many allowances are required to enter the market, we are basically we had seen around 90 million tons entering in 24. Problem is, the first 100 EU auctions until now resulted in an average clearing price of around 64 euros. So 10 euros below what the Commission anticipated, which means that the Commission needs to step up the volume and needs to kind of push additional volumes into the market until in 25 most likely, in order to basically catch up with this effect, right? So short term, this is bearish. So the lower the carbon price is right now, the more bearish the effect is through Repower EU. I'm coming back to Repower EU in a second. So why are carbon prices not lower? When you look into how the market is developing over time, through the different phases, you see that during phase 2, power sector emissions were accounting for around 63%, industry emissions around 33%. At the end of phase 4, which is basically in 2030, we expect that this picture is almost swapping, right? So we see industry emissions be accounting for 54%, while power sector is down to 30%. So the relative importance of the power sector to clear the market is decreasing over time, and 2030 is not that far away, which basically means that we also have to talk about what sets the price in this market. We talk about fuel switching, we talk about power sector and power sector generation, how this impacts UA demand. But I think what we have to talk about as well, and I think we also will see this in the next presentation, is how is the industry sector coping with this, with a massive requirement to decarbonize, and what does that mean for UA prices? Because the dynamics will change completely. So we're not talking about fuel switch anymore. We're talking about investments into industrial abatement options, which are more costly, which typically take more time to realize, and which are not there ad hoc, right? Fuel switch can happen ad hoc. industry decarbonization is a process that happens over time. Talking about industry, so this is kind of our kind of view on how the industry sector emissions are declining towards 2040. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this now, but happy to pick it up during the conversation. It basically is a slow-moving beast, which needs to pick up speed, and when it gathers speed, it obviously has quite a bit of drive. But this picture involves a lot of decision-making processes in all major European industrial sectors to move into a decarbonization pathway. Because when we look into 24, 25, 26, there is not that much happening, right? Because the carbon price of 60, 70 euros is probably still not enough to unlock this industry abatement to unfold. What you see then is, by 2040, we expect industry emissions to be around 1/3 of where we are today, according to our modeling. But they're also not zero, right? So there will be residual emissions in a market where in 2040, the cap is down to zero by the current legislation, which creates a massive bull picture for this market, because you need to drive down emissions to zero, at least net emissions down to zero in this market, whereas we will not get rid of residual emissions in the system, right? So this is kind of taking up all the discussions around negative emissions entering the system and things like that. So I think plenty of food to talk about. 2 last slides. One is the other side of the REPowerEU medal. So REPowerEU, short-term bullish, you add more allowances into the market because you need to generate you want to use the auctions to kind of contribute towards the REPower funding. At the same time, there is a mechanism in the ETS which is called the Market Stability Reserve. Some of you might have heard of it. I'm not going to explain it in detail now. Happy to do that in a coffee break. But what it basically does is it watches the amount of oversupply in the market. If the oversupply is at a certain level, the Market Stability Reserve comes in and takes allowances from auctions, right? So REPowerEU volumes, which are pushed into this market right now, depressing prices, or at least keeping them at certain levels, will be seen by the MSR as a supply overhang, which basically means the MSR is actually working on this oversupply. And it's working at this oversupply in years where the MSR is still operational. So at some point during the end of phase 4, we see the MSR basically not being in operation anymore because the oversupply situation in the market is generally in balance. So it's basically eating on this oversupply now because it's front-loaded auctions, which means in general, if you compare a scenario with REPowerEU in place, as we have it, compared to a scenario where REPowerEU would not be in place, we see the MSR to remove 260 million tons extra from this market in comparison to the REPowerEU volumes not entering the system. So short-term, bearish. Mid-term, actually quite bullish. So for the overall phase 4, this is a bull scenario. Which brings me to the last slide and why prices are probably not lower compared to where they are today. This is how we kind of model the market with our base case. So blue line is the cumulative market balance. Gray bars is the annual balance. I circled in the years 26, 27, 28. Right now we're in 24, market on annual basis around 40 million tons long, 25 around 80 million tons long. But when it comes to 26, we turn 80 million tons short. In 2027, we turn more than 200 million tons short on an annual basis. The market currently does not reflect this in the price, kind of to the extent which is required to clear the market, but it reflects it in a way that it's not dropping below the levels where we are. So giving you a simple answer to the question I basically phrased at the start, it's probably multifaceted, but there is a lot of kind of short and midterm drivers at this particular point in time fighting against each other and putting the market at the levels that we see it right now, like 60, 65, 70 euros. But we do expect, and also this is why we look into, for instance, the commitment of trader report data, we do expect the market perspective to change from short-term to a bit more midterm oriented, which then means we also expect carbon prices to increase from the levels where they are today. And I think this is something we can discuss during the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Markus. Let's not. So actually, you took over a bit my job to bridge the gap to the next panel, which is much appreciated, actually. It makes my life easier. But on the back of this interesting shift in the carbon exposure from power ongoing to the industry sector, perfect foundation for the second presentation by Juan on the industry sector, basically. Juan.
I'll start.
Stage is yours.
Thank you. Should I just click the button?
Yeah,
and
just
I'll go to the next
big
one?
button. Fantastic.
Yeah, a very interesting talk by Marcus earlier. It's actually incentivized a lot of my thinkings right now. Why the price is not going down? We have the emissions from power sector going down, but in the long term, we're still bullish. So that there are people are like battling inside, and we usually see a carbon price with the market horizons that span 3 years in advance. That's why right now in 2024. That's why we see this kind of fluctuating of the price. And that's why I'm right now going to talk about, into the long term, what is the challenge faced by industries under the carbon market. So we know that heading to the end of this phase 4, heading to 2030s, the Commission did not really slow down the pace of decarbonization. Every year, the cap of total emission allowances, or the maximum supply it have to give to the market, is set to decline by a fixed absolute volume at a thing called linear reduction rate at 4.3% from 24 onwards and 4.4% from 2028 onwards. But in reality, what it actually means is that it actually requires faster speed of decarbonization on a year-on-year base. For example, in 2024, the cap is reduced by slightly above 6% compared to 23. But this rate is actually increased to more than 10% in 2030. So the cap of emission allowances is reduced more than 10% every year. And if this policy continues, this rate is just going to get higher, and this curve is going to get steeper as well. And we know that there are less and less abatement options out there, and every marginal ton of CO2 we abated requires a higher cost. So this have no doubt put a great pressure on market participants into the late 2020s. So we think there are 3 big challenges over time for market players, especially the industries that we are facing into the long term. The first one, the nearest one, is the phase out of free allocation. And the second one is that early 2030s, the cheaper abatement options in the power sector is going to run out when, like Marcus said, there won't be any much emissions from the sector. So the stress of decarbonization goes into other sectors. And because it needs decarbonization in the industry, but the problem is that it's not cheap. It's very expensive today, and we think it's still going to be expensive in the longer term. So the first problem is the phase out of free allocation. So as you can see, the blue chunk is this bar chart is a stack of free allocations for all the different sectors in the EU ETS. And then, as we all know, with the introduction of the carbon border adjustment mechanism that's starting from 2026, free allocation that's right now given to the sector covered by the border tax is going to slowly phase out from 26 and in an accelerated speed. Until 2034, there is no free allocation received under those sectors. And the Commission actually, in the CBAM regulation, said they aim to include all the sectors under the EU ETS to be included in the CBAM by 2030. So what you see is that this light blue bar will also face an accelerated phase out of free allocation. Depends on the time they're included in the CBAM and the phase-in speed. So what does it actually mean for industry is that they're increasing exposure to the carbon pricing. For example, we see that on average today, cement and metal industries have 0 exposure to carbon pricing on average. It's because in total they receive more free allocation compared to their emissions. But we see this exposure quickly ramp up in the late 2020s and in the beginning of 2030s until they are fully exposed to carbon pricing. So this will definitely increase these sectors' demand on allowances, not just for compliance to cover their emissions, but also for hedging. So today we see that power sector, they contribute almost 50% of emissions, and they receive no free allocations. What they do is that they hedge 2 to 3 years in advance. We know that RWE, they officially stated they hedge allowances up to 2030 already. So just on the demand side, there are increased demand for these two purposes, and with increased forecast on the carbon pricing, there are actually double problem for them: increased exposure and also increased demand. And the second biggest problem is that the phase out of cheap abatement options in the power sector, like Marcus said earlier. So today, all the cheap abatement options are, for example, renewables and fuel switchings and technologies in the coal and gas generations. And because they're cheap, they are the first one to be reduced. So we think that by early 2030s, at around 2035, there will be really minimum amount of emissions come from power sector. Actually, the European Commission, their 2040 target plan, have also stated that they think electricity sector will be almost fully decarbonized at the first half of 2030. And because the cap keeps squeezing the market, so we think the pressure of decarbonization, of course, will go to other sectors. But then comes the biggest problem, is the abatement cost is pretty high. So in 2024, we see this dash line is this year's average carbon price at 65 euro per ton. And this can only incentivize today less than 10 million ton emissions from industry sectors. We know industry contribute around 40%, so 10 million ton out of 400 million ton is really small. But we also think into the long term, this picture will not change that much. We think that compared to so these dotted are abatement costs in each 5 years for different technologies in different sector. And we think compared to our 2035 price forecast at 194 euro per ton, there are still a lot of technologies, their abatement cost is way beyond to be incentivized or triggered to abate. For example, aluminium, hydrogen refinery, metal, and steel, as well as cement. A lot of their cost in 2035 is still pretty high. And the problem of this, also mentioned earlier, is the lack of funding. We don't have enough money and investment into those sectors, into those technologies to bring down the levelized cost. And actually, the Commission published this European competitivity report a few days ago, and they also frequently mention the lack of fundings even from the EU ETS itself. And we actually think that some of the policy designs in the European carbon market is not actually helping with this situation. It actually risks reducing some of the revenue that it could be made and put into these sectors and help with the decarbonization, especially beyond 2030. So as we all see, the price have dropped in 2030, and the big reason of that is from the demand side. Power sector emissions dropped by more than 20% in 2023. But there is also partially a supply side story, as the REPowerEU front-loaded 16 million allowances into the market. And this story did not get better in 2024. The price did not increase. So the left chart is the stacked supply into the market. And in 2024, compared to the planned trajectory of a cap reduction at 6.4%, the supply only reduced by 2%. And this is due to the 96 million additional allowances attributed to funds and REPowerEU. So in 2024, REPowerEU front-loaded 35 million. And then modernization fund volume also increased from like 67 million to 90-ish million, which is okay because it all comes from the cap itself. But the problem we think is partially in here is the innovation fund. Before 2024, each year the innovation fund auctioned 40 million allowances into the market, and in 2024 it suddenly increased to 87. And we think this chunk of increment come from the reduction of free allocation due to CBAM, because the Commission have asked all of this reduced volume to be circled back into the innovation fund. And because the phase out of free allocation is very, very slow, in 2026, the reduction of free allocation is around 7 million allowances, and then it only starts from 2026 as well. So this is another form of front-loading. And we think, of course, with front-loading, you raise more revenues in the near term from the innovation fund itself, but we think a risk that the total revenue that could be raised under the whole EU ETS in the phase 4 could be actually reduced. So, and also another problem is that unlike Repower EU, it have a target in the auction regulation. It actually stated some kind of a rough plan on front-loading allowances volume, and also we can model the supply given the policy design of how the supply rate cut and everything. But Innovation Fund is completely vague. Every year they decide the total auction volume based on how much they want to fund the technologies and projects. So the Commission from 2020, we still don't know the auction numbers for 25 yet. So the Commission could front load more, or they could keep the same design as it is now, or they could choose to cut this. So this is based on if the Commission keep doing the same strategy year on year. That's our price forecast. By 2030, the price go to 146 euro per ton. And roughly by 2030, between today, 2024, and 2030, the whole the Innovation Fund, as well as the rest of the EU carbon market, can raise around 500 billion euro. But if they decided to reduce this level of front-loading, let's say in an extreme case, there's no front-loading anymore, because the price is pushed up, it will eventually raise nearly 100 billion euro more revenue into the total carbon market. And these money could be used to cycle back into industries and help with decarbonizing. And we know that, so essentially, if the policy design continues the business as usual, it is like a delay of investment into the market, and will definitely slow down the learning curve, the reduction of levelized costs. And we know that in other parts of the world, in the US, you have IRA, in China, you have massive investment in industries starting from renewables in the power sector. So this will make Europe less competitive to other regions in the world as well. So I think that's all of my content. Yeah.
Perfect. Take a seat. Thank you. Yeah, many thanks. Many thanks, Juan. Yeah, Luis, perfect. Thanks already on its way. Don't want to waste any time, which is good, because then we have no delay for the lunch break. So first things first, fantastic. Do you need the microphone? Many thanks. So after having touched more this kind of short-term drivers, fundamental drivers, the focus on industry, decarbonization, abatement option, I guess it's now very good timing, as we referred already to several political things, MSR, front-loading, Repower EU, to broaden the perspective a bit, Luis, to provide some color on what's going on actually on the political agenda.
Yes, indeed, and thanks for having me. I work in the energy analytics team at ICIS, so I spend a lot of my time looking at gas, power, carbon market fundamentals, price forecasts, but I have the pleasure today of talking about policy. And for a carbon market analyst, it's quite exciting because the ETS is inherently policy-driven market. Without policy, this market doesn't exist. And over the last year, we've had a real kind of, let's say, dry period in terms of policy. It's been out of the spotlight. The focus has been on implementing everything that was agreed under the Fit for 55 package. But with the appointment of the new College of Commissioners that will be happening kind of over the next couple of months, the policy cycle is going to kick back up again, and we're going to get some new key themes, let's say, to talk about which are relevant for the EU ETS. So, what is on the agenda for the carbon market over the next, say, couple of years? There's lots we could talk about. 3 key themes that I think are important. Firstly, the EU's 2040 target, and what does this mean, really, for the carbon budget that's going to be available for the ETS sectors between 2030 and 2040? Spoken a lot about decarbonisation, but what does industry need to deliver to meet the EU's targets? The second is this so-called clean industry deal. This is a hot topic right now. It's getting a lot of coverage across the kind of market. So we've looked at kind of what the industry needs to deliver under 2040, but how do they deliver this? And the clean industry deal is, I think, going to be a really integral package in understanding how the European Commission is going to facilitate or enable the decarbonisation of the energy-intensive industry sectors. And finally, all 3 of us have spoken about the MSR in some form. I'm going to speak about how it could potentially evolve, how ETS market design will ultimately need to change to fit a market that's net zero aligned, that's going to shrink over the next couple of years. So let's kick it off with the 2040 target. What do we know right now? 90% net reduction versus 1990 levels looks like it's going to be the likely proposal from the European Commission. I think there's not much sensitivity on that point. The interesting part comes along the political debate that will come out of this proposal. So before a climate target can be put into law, the Council and the European Parliament have to ratify this. And where this becomes interesting is I really do think that there's potential for the political debate to focus on a target somewhere between the 85 to 90% range, and a compromise, political agreement could sit somewhere within that level. Why is the target important for the ETS? Well, it provides guidance on the future cap trajectory. The default case, like we've discussed, is for the linear reduction factor of 4.4% to continue after 2030, which would bring the cap to zero by 2040. It's a 90 million tonne reduction per year. Marcus has showed us an industry emissions outlook where it looks like there's quite a number of gross emissions that would not be compliant with this cap. So that's incredibly ambitious already to assume zero allowances, zero gross emissions under current legislation. And when you take a step back and you actually kind of look at the carbon budget of the EU as a whole, this cap trajectory does not necessarily need to play out. Based on our modelling, we see the ETS cap in 2040 could sit somewhere between the 120 to 360 million tonne level, depending on a number of factors. As always, I'm an analyst. I can kind of use this as the caveat here. What are the caveats? Well, the thing to focus on right now with the 2040 target is, what is the level going to be? 90 to 85%. The more we can, the more the Parliament, let's say, negotiates a slightly lower target, the more carbon budgets available for the ETS sectors. And that will provide more room for a cap to sit slightly above the zero level. So that's an important kind of point to watch out for in the debate. The second is the ambition in the non-ETS sectors. So once you set the target, it's all going to be about a trade-off. Where does the ambition need to come from? Who needs to deliver the emission reductions? And the key trade-off that's relevant for the ETS right now, in my view, is this trade-off between ambition in the non-ETS sectors, specifically agricultural emissions, versus industry. What is more politically acceptable here? To target industrial emissions from energy-intensive installations, or some of the agricultural emissions where there's not really much climate ambition already? Where do the low-hanging fruits lie? And so the extent to which this debate leads in towards ambition in non-traded sectors or the ETS sectors will be really, really, really important for what cap will be needed in 2040. And finally, I'm going to mention negative emissions. The cap, obviously, as we know it, doesn't allow for gross emissions to exceed this level. But the role of negative emissions, of course, can play a significant kind of role in allowing potentially emissions from hard-to-abate sectors to sit above that cap level. And therefore, when you're thinking about what decarbonisation needs to be triggered, considering the role of these negative emissions within this market going forward is vital, in my opinion. So the 2040 target is really about what decarbonisation will need to be delivered. But we need to think about how, okay? And we've already kind of spoken about the increased role of industry as a price setter in the ETS market, the potential challenges associated with the decarbonisation of these sectors. And I think this is really setting ourselves up for the policy focus of the new European Commission is going to be centred on answering this question. It's going to be centred around the decarbonisation enablers for EU industry. And we're already seeing that in the Draghi report, in the mission statements. This is going to be the key focus. There's not many details right now on what this clean industry deal is going to look like and what it's going to address. I think we have a rough idea because we know what the problem is. The status right now is that the key abatement pathways for those energy-intensive sectors are cost-prohibitive without support schemes. There's not a business case for many abatement technologies at the current carbon price right now. And why is that the case? It's because there's a reliance on, in my view, clean hydrogen, CCS, for those hard-to-abate emissions, let's call it in ammonia production, steel, green steel, refineries. There's not many other ways to reduce these emissions apart from deploying those technologies. And the problem is, put simply, very high capex costs and uncertainty on opex costs, which means that without this business case, investment is not really being, materializing without this support. Some might say, of course, well, you're a carbon analyst. The EU ETS should solve this problem, right? But the politicians have got a very difficult balancing act to make between a politically acceptable carbon price and a carbon price that is able to incentivize investment in these high-cost abatement technologies. So I don't think the carbon price alone will be able to solve this problem. And we're kind of gearing up for, let's say, a policy mix, a package of measures that will help support industry decarbonisation. What can that look like? Well, I think first and foremost, a strong carbon price will be defended, because not only is that important for the investment signal, but it's a source of revenues. And the revenues are crucial for the European Commission in order to help, let's say, redistribute these, to support these packages. Without the revenues, you can't call for additional funding and not provide any additional money to put in the pots, okay? The second is then how this revenue ultimately gets to the industrial producers. Support schemes will be play a really important role. A wide rollout of CCFD schemes and also additional funding via the European Hydrogen Bank auctions. I think these are key mechanisms. And then the access to funding. You know, can these projects have access to funding that, you know, eases the regulations on state aid and provides a little bit more support here? Overall, got to go back to the ETS again. What does this all mean for the ETS? Well, across our desk recently, we've had a load of questions after the Draghi report on overlapping policy risk. You know, is this a bearish signal? Should we be worried in the long term around the kind of impact of this have on the carbon price signal? And I think that it's a relevant question to ask. Two things to watch out for here, in my view. The first is, where do we source this additional funding from the support schemes, for the support schemes? ETS revenues should be used as the primary source of additional funding, and that will really help defend the carbon price signal, because you tie the, let's say, amount of revenues to the carbon price, and so it's more of an effective transmission mechanism that doesn't undermine this carbon price signal. And the second key point to mention here is, how can market design evolve to accommodate these additional policies for industrial decarbonisation? And here I think that the MSR review will ultimately play quite an important role in making sure the supply and demand balance is more adaptable to this. And that's what I'm going to finish on right now. How could this MSR look like towards 2030, or beyond 2030 as well? The problem right now is that the MSR becomes ineffective towards the end of the phase. The TNAC falls into this void, and the MSR can't really fulfill its role, which is to address supply and demand imbalances. So ultimately, there needs to be some reform of this mechanism to better align it, the thresholds, with the changing market size. The thing that's often overlooked, in my view, is the lower threshold, and that actually how the MSR will play an important role in providing liquidity to a potentially very tight market post-2030. But the problem right now is the TNAC that's used to trigger the MSR doesn't reflect the actual market surplus, because you are missing this historical aviation demand. It's fairly technical, but essentially the MSR is not responding well to a situation where the market becomes very illiquid and the surplus decreases. So there's plenty of options that you could look to, to change, aligning the MSR thresholds with the LRF and rebasing them, redefining the TNAC definition so it actually matches the surplus in the market, and therefore better responds to a situation post-2030 where liquidity could dry up, and this would help here. The impact of all of this, well, it depends on the design and timing. The bullish case is that they drop the upper threshold below around kind of 750 million tonnes, which is where our TNAC sits in 2030. They do this by 2028 after the 26 review, and we get additional MSR withdrawals already this decade. The bearish case, in my view, is that they are relatively weak on the upper threshold, but they redefine the TNAC. We get actually injections from the MSR sooner rather than later, and therefore providing a little bit more liquidity to this market. So a bit of two-way risk here. This is definitely one to watch, and I think will be a key element of this post-2030 ETS reform. I'm going to wrap up there. I'm looking forward to the discussion, and thank you very much.
And the presenter. Fantastic. Many thanks, Luis. Do you still have the presenter so we can? No worries at all. So, but you can just flip over one slide so everybody can see who's talking if he or she hasn't followed us closely. So many thanks, Luis. Again. I mean, you put it quite well, I guess. the European carbon markets or carbon markets in general are heavily influenced, to put it very, basically to say that heavily influenced by politics, by policy decision, policy developments. And it's actually fascinating to see how many things actually going on already on the horizon, on the political horizon, that will heavily influence the future, the near-term future, but also the long-term future for the EU carbon market. And with that being said, let's start into our panel discussion. First of all, Markus, back to the short-term drivers. In the first panel discussion we had, Sarah from Ember Climate referred to the renewable energy share up at around 50% more or less right now. In the European market, the Repower EU target at around 72% by 2030. So my maybe cheeky question to start off, do fossil fuels still play a relevant role as a price driver for the EU ETS so far? Or do we have to switch the view onto other drivers that are more relevant as of now or for the next years to come, rather than standard looking on gas power, gas and oil, coal?
The answer is yes and yes. So, okay, let me explain. So does it still play a role? Yes, absolutely. I mean, if you look into kind of how carbon prices have reacted to gas this year, I mean, it's almost a perfect positive correlation, right? Why is that? Because we still have quite a significant share of fossil fuels in the mix. That's one thing. So gas is, and I've shown that when we looked into kind of the share of generation on the fossil side, gas is also quite a dominant player, like kind of impact factor here. At the same time, the carbon market is like beyond the policy factors, which are obviously the main drivers, typically looking for some guidance, right? Guidance means fundamental guidance or proxy drivers. I think what we see here is a bit of like a combination of fundamentally still relevant, maybe on the way out, but a very important proxy driver to basically reflect all the kind of developments on the macro side, on the geopolitical side, kind of in a way also carrying certain risk premiums here through the gas market into carbon. So this is, I think, why we've seen such a big focus on gas, which might change again, right? I mean, we've seen periods where gas didn't play that much of a role. We looked more into, I don't know, river water levels because it was a very like dry summer, so coal wasn't being able to transfer. So I mean, the carbon market is very often looking for those drivers. So gas plays still a major role right now. That said, do we need to look out for different factors? Yes, I think as well. We are currently witnessing a paradigm shift. I mean, it sounds a bit big in terms of what this market has seen probably before. But I do think that without a change on the political framework, this market is running into a massive shortage. It won't solve by fuel switching. It's impossible. You can't solve the cap going down to zero by switching from coal to gas, because there is no coal in the margin anymore. But when the cap drops to zero, there is most likely also almost no gas in the margin anymore, because there is no gas plants operating anymore, right? So something else needs to kind of balance the market. And this something will need to come from the industry side, on the one hand, which means we look into like different investment cycles, different kind of stakeholder behavior as well. Which means we need to find other proxy drivers which kind of can mimic this. You can discount investments into industrial abatement, or you look into more OPEX drivers on like the input side, right? So what kind of fuels are used, how can they be decarbonized, stuff like that. And at the same time, I think we also need to kind of have a view on how a market can be solved that will still have emissions in 2040. Because if we don't assume this, then we talk about an industrial decarbon, like a European deindustrialization scenario, which none of the policymakers wants on neither side of the spectrum, which basically means we have to talk about how to offset those emissions with allowing some sort of a negative emissions kind of component coming into the market. So there is early kind of political attempts to do that. Which do not link it to the EU ETS necessarily now. But there is some blueprints in the UK where this might happen. So kind of pricing negative emissions as part of the EU ETS might be another driver that we have to look out for. And those prices They are nowhere near 65 euros if you talk about like the high quality kind of permanent negative emissions that we need to see probably to enter the system.
Perfect. I mean, before coming to this part of negative emissions, abatement option, decarbonization, maybe before coming to this, more on this fundamental view, Repower EU and MSR. So just to make sure we all are on the same page, especially also for the people following us on site here and online remotely somewhere else, somewhere in Germany or Europe 1. Can you, first of all, maybe provide some basic color, first of all, of the background of Repower EU, just very basically to make sure we're all on the same page? And again, just refer to what's the impact of the Repower EU actually on the EU carbon market so far, and what do we need to expect for the next year and the next years to come until 2030?
Yeah, I can.
And this one.
Add on top of this. So the Repower EU plan, on one of the chapters is the Resilient Facility Plan, which is utilizing the European carbon market to raise 20 billion euro in the very near term to help with Europe's get away from Russia's energy and then quickly ramp up, especially in the power sector, new technologies like renewable implementations. So how this design works is that in order to raise this 20 billion euros, it's split into two portions. One is 8 billion euros raised by front-loading of allowances from the future into now. And the other side is 12 billion euros raised by reallocation of the Innovation Fund volume. So Innovation Fund is a fund that every year the EU ETS will take out some auction numbers to specifically auction for the fund to help decarbonize in specific projects like Hydrogen Bank and CCS. So the 12 billion come from reallocation of some amount from that auction volume. And what is actually we see kind of disrupting the market and we care the most is the front-loading bit of that 8 billion. And the European Commission is thinking about front-loading volume from 2027 to 2030 into 2023 July to December 2026. And all of these 20 billion together, the European Commission gave us an average carbon price of 75 euro per ton across this period between 2023 to 2030. But that's actually quite interesting because this regulation was in discussion in 22 and come out in 23, and back then our carbon price was 85, but they're giving an average price of 75. They kind of already foreseen a price change given this policy put in place. So what happened is that we see 16 million allowances front-loaded into 23, 35 million allowances front-loaded into 24, and then they also think around 35 million, the same level in 25, and then eventually the remaining bit that is needed to raise that 8 billion allowances. But the problem is that, as Marcus said, if the price keep going down more than eventually average 75 euro per ton, they are going to have to use more allowances to meet this target. So that's the whole idea of this resilient facility plan under the Repower EU. So that's the background.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Many thanks. And I mean, then you get, you can just take it. I mean, then there's another, so it's not acting in an isolated room as a policy mechanism, but there is kind of an interplay with the Market Stability Reserve, with the MSR. Luis, may I ask you to, because you referred to the potential review, the update of the MSR, may I ask you to, again, just quickly provide some basic color of the MSR, how it works, and maybe then also go a bit more into details of this potential interplay between the Repower EU plan, the front-loading so far, and the impact that might have on the MSR now and then from 2026 onwards.
Okay. So where did the MSR come from? Perhaps we just quickly start there. Well, the ETS was, let's say, burdened by a massive historical oversupply. So the MSR, first and foremost, was a tool to address this oversupply and withdraw those allowances from the market above a certain threshold, which was 833 million tons. It's been successful at doing that, really has, and it's been an effective measure. Let's say the role now is really for it to safeguard the ETS against supply and demand imbalances, and it works by looking at the total surplus in the market, the available allowances, and let's say withdrawing supply when the surplus is above a given threshold. And it also works the other way. If the surplus fell below a certain level, which is 400 million tons, it will work by increasing auction volumes. And I spoke about how this is not really that effective in the way it's designed right now, because the surplus would have to fall much closer to around 200 million tons in reality for us to get a trigger of 400 million tons. So that's a bit about the MSR. With how it interacts with Repower EU, I think Mark has summarized it quite nicely, okay? The additional supply that's coming is at a time when the MSR is active. So you're putting additional supply in from future years where the MSR wouldn't be active to a time where it is, boosting the surplus, removing more allowances. In the long term, this creates a net bullish impact of the Repower EU package. But of course, you know, the market lacks some degree of perfect foresight, so it doesn't necessarily price that in right now. And so that's really the key interaction with the MSR. I think on the Repower EU topic, and it's interesting, we've been very much focused this year on the potential for additional volumes. The price is low. They're not going to hit the 20 billion target. But we actually take a slightly different view, and that I think actually across the analysts on the panel, everyone's a little bit bullish going into next year in 2026. The market's getting tighter. So I kind of pose the question, actually, are we missing the point that could the 20 billion target be hit sooner than the August 2026 deadline? And in fact, do all of the Repower EU volumes need to come to the market? I'm leaning on the side of saying that we could find ourselves in a position of Q1 2026 after the price is potentially going kind of closer to 80, 90 euros next 2 years. And we've already hit that 20 billion. They don't need the full front load. It's a scenario that we have to consider. As much as we've considered the bearish case right now, let's look at the bullish case. You know, that could also add to the shorter term bullish dynamics in those 2 years. That's all I have to say on that one.
Markus, please, would you agree? What would be my next question?
Agreeing on the panel is always boring, right? So,
yeah, absolutely.
but well, honestly, what I do find interesting is that in a way, Repower EU volumes have become a bit like an X factor now in the market, right? So, and I think not only because we talk about volume price effect. I mean, in the end, what happens here is like Repower EU is a bit like it's a catalyst of price developments, right? So the lower the price goes in a way right now, the more volumes need to be added to the market in order to kind of keep up with the funding. So, I mean, I don't need to have my crystal ball here to kind of see what this leads to. So the more bearish the price gets, so the more you need to inject, So you have like a downward spiral that you can actually trigger with this. The other X factor, I think, is on timing. So I think the market was basically on its heels to understand when the Commission is changing the speed of injection, right? So one option was in September, we always have like the basically announcement of how many allowances the MSR will take off auction volumes for next year, right? This is kind of the TNEC is published and then the MSR cycle starts, so you adjust auction calendars. So one option would have been for the Commission to say, okay, actually with the change of auction calendars, we are now also adjusting the Repower EU volumes that are entering the market. They had all reasons for doing this. The Commission didn't do it. What does it tell? I think, well, first of all, I think they didn't want to kind of take that much of a position in the market. The other is that I think the Commission is quite cool-blooded when it comes to that, and maybe also price agnostic, right? I mean, as it always says. So putting out a 75 euro stipulated price was already quite novel, I think, to the Commission, for the Commission to do so. But anyway, so it didn't do it. So I think the next kind of very likely possibility for the Commission to change volumes is now in January, right? With kind of a new year starting, so you do like calendar-based adjustments, which will lead to additional volumes entering the market. If this happens, and if they go calendar year by calendar year, then they will probably not want to tinker around with those volumes again mid next year, right? So then the market is probably working under the assumption what they get in January is what they get for 2025. And by that, I think we are probably seeing, in a way, kind of a price agnostic kind of volume injection, which gets updated once a year. It's a bit more foreseeable. Yes, it might kind of depend then on other stakeholders in the market to define where is the price level going next year? And this might lead to a scenario that Luis pointed out, that in the end, if you inject more volumes at a higher price, again, no crystal ball needed, you reach probably some of the you probably reached the 20 billion earlier than what would have happened in a 75 euro scenario, right? But again, I think it's something where we will track the kind of monetary target achievement. We will know relatively exactly when it's reached, and by then we can also be quite clear on when there will be a stop of those allowances floating in, because 20 billion is 20 billion, and then it stops, and that's what we know.
Many thanks. And I would like to move on a bit and come back to this this decarbonization, industry abatement, options, cost development aspect that you referred to during your presentation. And I guess there was one slide where we've seen that depending on the industry, depending on the sector, depending on the timeline, the costs per industry or per sector can differ heavily. From your perspective, what are the main drivers near term for cheap abatement, and what is hindering us for either cheaper abatement in the near future, or other way around, what would be needed in certain sectors from your perspective to make near-term abatement feasible, actually, and not in 2035 or 2040, but actually in the next 1, 2, 3, or 4 years when the real phase out of free allocation kicks in?
I think there's a very great example. Actually, we just recently published a comparison of levelized cost of different technologies within BNEF ourselves. And we think one very important point of this, or factor affecting, as you ask, the driver of decarbonization is investment. So comparing by regions, in that report, we're comparing regions in terms of levelized cost of different technologies, especially in the CCS. US always have the lowest levelized cost because IRA give them, they increased the what's called, I think it's a tax rate, by basically giving them subsidies, low subsidies. So eventually they can reach for example, by 2030, a much lower range of levels cost in that sector. And then what's the problem in EU is that lack of funding, as we already mentioned earlier. And also another problem affecting the decrease of levels cost is that how many project is set right now pipelined to be put online in the future. For example, taking steel as an example, we only see in the late 2020s the first of a kind net zero steel plant to be put online in Europe. And then the next 10 years, from 2030 to 2040s, we can only see very few amount of plants putting into action. And these, because we need real business case to drive down the decarbonization. So because we don't have a lot of them in the pipeline, this will be actually a big problem for driving the cost down as well. So that's why we see that in 2030, even 2040, the major problem, the biggest the technologies that still have a really high cost are green hydrogen, there are the CCS, and earlier we were talking about negative emissions, because the EU ETS, when they want to incorporate basically offsets into the market, they either want to include those permanently and chemically bonded technologies like direct air capture, which is very expensive. The levelized cost is like more than $1,000 per ton CO2 today, and we only think it's going to drop to around 300 by 2050. Or they include those kind of cheaper offset, which is basically them lying to themselves, like forestry and stuff. So yeah, so our outlook shows that in the next 10, 20 years, electrolyzers and then CCS, especially in the cement sector, will still be really expensive. And funding is very important to drive down the cost. Yeah.
Many thanks. And thanks again for referring to negative emission project activities, to offsets. You see the chemistry in this panel works quite well, because this would be my next question and more or less my final question, Luis, to you on you referred to the CCS infrastructure already, and there is ongoing discussion, ongoing noise around the CRCF, so basically the CDR, carbon dioxide removal framework regulation upcoming in the EU. Still a lot of uncertainty around that. But there are already discussions that have started which role those CDR project activities might play when being integrated in whatever way into the EU ETS in the near or midterm future. Maybe first of all, what's your perspective on the CRCF, CDR integration stuff, and also what have we maybe learned from the past? So it's not entirely new that project activities have been part of the EU ETS. So we all remember the CER situation and the phase out actually not long ago. And what can be done to avoid potential unintended carbon price signals when integrating project activities again?
Okay, so I think maybe directly on that last point, there's a couple of things I think the European Commission will have to consider around this topic of negative emissions. And similar to what we saw in in phase 3, this criteria, what negative emissions should be allowed in the market. So I think there's a qualitative criteria that's important, and that is industrial removal solutions, I think, are well suited for ETS market because of the MRV is much easier than the more nature-based solutions. So I would say to avoid the problems of the past, I think having this strict criteria about what type of removal is allowed in the market is important. And there's also should be a quantitative restriction, in my view, so that the European Commission can manage the balance between removal pathway and actual emission reduction pathway. You don't want to completely provide or let's say lack of an incentive to reduce emissions if they can be completely offset with the negative ones in the ETS. So a quantitative limit to the amount of negative emissions that could be used in this market, I think, is really important to protect a little bit this price signal. And then, how they're integrated, how could they be integrated? There's a real spectrum. On one end, you've got direct integration where a negative emissions unit could be used by an industrial installation against their compliance obligation. That's like market integrated view. The ETS is a demand pipeline for removals projects, right? The other end of the spectrum is more this indirect linkage where you maybe have negative emissions as part of the overall EU-wide emissions target that provide more room for a gross emissions budget in the ETS and a higher cap. So essentially, negative emissions are not directly integrated, but could allow for more gross emissions in the ETS indirectly. So there's these two solutions. We're going to have a report published by the European Commission by July 2026. Mm-hmm. That's going to evaluate the kind of role of negative emissions in emissions trading, not specifically the ETS. They're quite clever with the wording. It's emissions trading. So we see what that brings. But for now, I think they have to be careful and learn from what happened in the past.
Thank you very much. With that being said, I look into our beautiful audience here in Berlin. Are there any questions that you would like to address now to one of our fantastic speakers here on stage? Feel free to ask whatever you want. Take a second to digest. Carsten, in the first, do we have, but you can take this one. There is the colleague, thank you. Yeah.
So from what I learned, the carbon price will struggle to rise at all unless these auctions stop. And is there any chance that EU Commission will change the scheme because there cannot be any interest to push prices lower in the short term, lower, and have a massive tightening in the medium to long term?
Please, sure.
So today we see the power sector emissions going low even in 2024, continuing the trend from 23. So today, if you look at fundamental driver, there isn't really any reason for the carbon price to stay at 65. If anything, it should be lower. But the market runs on market horizons. And as Louis earlier showed the chart of how in fact, the market shouldn't really have a price because we have a surplus of 1 billion allowances, equivalent amount, just like how much emission we have every year. The reason of that is because there are demand on holding all of those allowances from hedging. And because there is such a hedging demand that goes 3 years in advance, 5 years in advance, 10 years in advance, the market actually factor in the future supply-demand balance. So right now, the market balance is loose, but from 27 onwards, when the front loading starts to take out allowances from the market, then make the supply even tighter. Meanwhile, the MSRs keep pumping allowances out. The market balance will get much tighter. So people today will think about, okay, in 3 years, the market is definitely going to get bullish. The carbon price is bullish. So they buy the futures as well. So that's why the price did not collapse. So because in the longer term, our forecast of carbon price is always bullish and going uptrend, that's what actually sustain the price level today. But they actually also bring another risk. It's because this market is so reliant on the future development. Any change on the policy makings, that's why we talk about the repower plan. Why do we talk about the plan in 2030s when we're in 2024? Why are we talking about the elections? Why are we talking about the policy change? Because all of that will affect people's perception on the market into the future, and they will make decisions to whether to hold allowances or not. That's why we also think that in 2024 or in the past few years, we see more and more, swing from the financial side, because we have less and less hedging demand from the power sector because their emissions are being phased out, and we have more proportion of financial players, speculations, hedge fund, investment firms, traders. They're all in the market and start to think about, what do I think about the balance in 3 years? So that's why we see a high correlation with investment fund positions today. We see a high correlation with gas price, and this is beyond the fundamentals. If we only look at, sorry, I'm not talking too much, but there's a lot of ideas here. If we only look at fuel switching price nowadays, because the reason why carbon price really correlate with gas is because of fuel switching. When the gas price goes up, you switch to cogeneration, and the emission goes up, so carbon price goes up. But if we compare the correlation between EU carbon price and fuel switching price, there's this one very high correlation. But if we compare the correlation with EU carbon price and European gas price, there is a higher level of correlation there. That means sometimes, maybe in the market, there are a lot of trading strategies that ignore the fundamentals, but just, gas and carbon price move together, so let's trade them together. And this is because like a swamp of financial player speculations in the market, or the increased share of their presence in the market because of a decreasing share of compliance side. But yes, that's why the price didn't collapse today.
Markus, you took the mic.
Yeah, let's try to circle back in on the question. So I think what's important to witness is the carbon price works within its given parameters, right? And I think what I found extremely impressive was that during the period where we had the energy price crisis, right, gas prices went through the roof, like hundreds of euros, right? The carbon price at some point stopped to move higher. Why is that? Because fundamentally, there was no more switching potential in the market, right? So it was not possible to switch more kind of emissions into the merit order. So the same we've seen now with the macroeconomic picture deteriorating. The carbon price at some point refused to go lower because there is a policy picture, a policy framework in place, which is very ambitious, right? What we have seen during both periods was a lot of discussion around, is the carbon price at the right level? Do we need to change things? Do we need to interfere with the market? And I think what was another quite impressive observation was the Commission was quite unimpressed by this, right? And also quite a lot of other policymakers. So they were basically saying, well, the market is there, the market will solve it, and the market will basically determine a price that kind of is reflecting the political framework. The political framework, let's not forget about this, is to lead us to a net zero pathway by 2050. And this is what this market is all about. And this is what the market will deliver until it's basically challenged on a more macro-political level, right? And this macro-political level, very hard to foresee. We have had a change in the European Parliament. We are seeing now the Commission changing. At the same time, I think the political discussion will not really be to touch 2030 targets anymore. There will be some discussion around 2040, but I think also that the pathway is quite clear. We need to go down somewhere between, let's say, 80 and 90%, right, in order to kind of stay within the already legislatively enshrined net zero target by 2050. So coming a bit back what Juan said before, I think, why is industry not investing? I don't think it's lack of funding. I think it's more the problem that quite a lot of stakeholders, and kind of a bit like also pointing back to the question that you asked, don't believe that the political framework will be stable enough in order to get us there, right? And I think this is a bit kind of where I mean, it's maybe a bit of a provocative statement, but I think this is like where all stakeholders need to kind of discussing in a way that kind of the pathway is clear. So if the pathway is clear, the political framework is clear. If the political framework is clear, it's clear what the market needs to deliver. If we look into our modeling, we see carbon prices at 160 plus euros by 2027. Why is that? Because we're seeing those swings now in stakeholder behavior where kind of investments don't happen fast enough, right, on the industry abatement side. And I think this is kind of, we'll probably get more into like a higher volatile market kind of and a more cyclical kind of market price development. But I think the overall paradigm doesn't change, right? And I think this is like where it's not one political institution that decides on this. It's quite a lot of political institutions that are involved. So I think what we have seen is quite a high level of stubbornness, at least in Brussels, to kind of maintain the market framework as is.
And with that being said, many thanks, Markus. I would like to conclude the second panel. First of all, first things first, many thanks, Juan, many thanks, Luis, many thanks, Markus, have been very comprehensive presentations and I guess, at least from my perspective, very insightful panel discussion that we have. If you have any further questions, all three of them will be here at least sometime, so I guess they will be happy to answer some more questions in a bilateral way. And with that being said, we come to a very important information. We now get into maybe one of the most important information of the day. We get into the lunch break. Lunch will be served at the ground floor, yes. For everybody following us remotely, we will be back in 1 hour, 2 p.m. local time, Berlin. See you soon for the keynotes on international emissions trading. Thank you and enjoy. Fantastic. Take a seat, everybody. And we will start with the second part of the day. So welcome back officially to the Energy and Carbon Summit 2024 here in Berlin. I hope you enjoyed the lunch break. At least looking outside, the weather here in Berlin is fantastic. Hope the same holds true for everybody following us remotely wherever you are right now. I hope you had the chance to grab something for lunch to be well prepared now for our second part of the day. So far we have discussed several aspects of global energy markets, of global oil markets, of gas, of power, and also we jumped into the European carbon market. We now, for the two keynotes we want to look beyond Europe and want to focus on international emissions trading and discover what kind of trends and developments are going on in international emissions trading. And for that, it's actually a great pleasure for me introducing and welcoming our two fantastic speakers for the keynotes that we have today, which is Stefano De Clara, who's head of secretariat at the International Carbon Action Partnership here in Berlin, who's going to highlight some of the trends, drivers and outlooks for global emissions trading. And we have Andrea Bonzani, who is an international policy director at the International Emissions Trading Association, or short IETA, from Milan, who is going to provide insights of the state of play of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. I'm very excited, guys, and I would say, Stefano, stage is yours. The presenter.
Good, thanks. Thanks for the kind introduction. And as Manuel said, we'll spend the next 30 minutes or so zooming out a bit from what you discussed this morning. And we'll first take a look at the latest trends and outlook for compliance emission trading systems globally. And then I'll hand it over to Andrea for another perspective from the Article 6 international carbon market side of things. As a quick note of introduction, especially whenever I speak to a community of traders, I always need to specify that ICAP is not the brokerage company, but this ICAP stands for the International Carbon Action Partnership, and we are actually a network of governments that get together and jointly work on ETS design and implementation. So we basically, as an organization, we bring together all of the governments globally that are actively developing emission trading systems in a network where they can share lessons learned, experiences, and learn from each other. As such, we're also relatively uniquely placed to have a look across the board and distill some of the key trends and outlooks from, again, the latest developments in emission trading systems globally. Some of you might know this already, but we typically publish a yearly report called the ICAP ETS Status Report, which again, once a year takes stock of where things are at in the world of emission trading systems. So we have deep dives and specific fact sheets on individual systems, as well as we distill more general trends on where ETS globally are going. And I will take you through some of that over the next few slides and as part of my presentation. So starting from the big picture and looking at where we are in terms of global trends and especially statistics. As of today, we have 36 emission trading systems in operation in different continents across the world and in different regions. So as Manuel said, one obvious takeaway is that the EU is not alone in this journey. It is, and it was, and it still is the front runner in ETS implementation. But over time, emission trading systems have been tested and implemented in way many more jurisdictions. These 36 emission trading systems that are operating as of today, they jointly cover under caps almost 10 gigatons of CO2 emissions. That is roughly 18% of the overall greenhouse gas emissions that are emitted every year. They, and we will get into this a bit later, they're also really powerful tools at generating revenues for governments, mainly from the auctioning of allowances. Looking at 2023 alone, emission trading systems globally have raised $74 billion of US dollars in revenues. So in many jurisdictions, they are a key contributor to the balance sheet of governments. And again, we will get into that later, but there are a number of things that governments can do when they reinvest those revenues. And ever since auctioning first started back in the day, a grand total of more than 300 billion was collected in auctioning revenues across the board and across all of the operating emission trading systems that make use of auctioning as an allocation method. There are more systems underway. There are 14 emission trading systems that are currently actively being developed, and these systems are expected to come online in the next few years, and 8 more are under considerations, again, in different parts of the world, and we'll come back to that a bit later in the presentation. As a pure note of trivia, 1/3 of the global population now lives under an ETS in force, and the jurisdictions making up for almost 60% of the global GDP are using emission trading systems to cap emissions in parts of their economy. Moving from the statistics to the trends and developments that we are seeing, a couple of things that I wanted to highlight is that, first of all, and as we probably all know, there's a lot of momentum behind the development and implementation of new emission trading systems, and we are seeing that across the developed and developing world. And again, we'll see that in a bit, but there is a continuous expansion of the global emissions that are under an ETS cap. There are new systems coming online every year, and again, there's really a mainstreaming of carbon pricing overall, but also of emission trading more specifically as a way to control and reduce CO2 emissions, and also as a way to put a price on those emissions. As part of this mainstreaming, and as more and more governments find their own recipe to develop an emission trading system, we're also seeing that innovative system designs are emerging. One key lessons learned, and again, we'll come back to this in the presentation, but there's no single recipe or no single blueprint for how an emission trading system should be developed. Again, the EU ETS was the first one. It provided a lot of lessons learned, but if you look at how different emission trading systems are being designed and implemented around the world, you will see that obviously every single government adapts the overall concept to the specific needs and circumstances that they have domestically. And as part of that, again, there's a lot of innovation in terms of the design features that are being developed. For example, in the last few years, and especially when it comes to implementing ETS in emerging economies, there's a lot of attention and interest, for example, in intensity-based caps as opposed to absolute ones that can be better reconciled or more easily reconciled with countries where emissions are still growing and where economic growth is still largely fueled by fossil fuel energy sources. At the same time, again, there are more than 2 decades of experience with emission trading systems implementation, and those emission trading systems that have been around for a while are being continuously improved and expanded. I guess you talked about that in the session this morning that looked more closely at the EU ETS, and that is an excellent example of how established emission trading systems are constantly being reviewed, improved. Now there's a lot of discussion around both expanding the scope of the emission trading system, as well as what net zero alignment means. And this is a continuous process of improvement and refinement that emission trading systems that are at the frontier of ETS developments are going through. Looking a bit more closely at market functioning, if we look at 2023 alone, so without going into 2024, ETS prices more or less held. We had increases in some systems, decreases in other systems, but they remained stable after a few years where they had significant gains. So they did remain more or less stable at relatively high prices, which again determined another year of record levels of auction revenues collected from the auction of allowances in these systems. And we'll come back to that a bit later in the presentation. But again, at the time where it's key to maintain political and societal support for carbon pricing and emission trading systems, and at the time where energy costs going up, having revenues at the disposal of governments can be a really useful tool, again, to make sure that you have ambitious carbon pricing, but it doesn't impact disadvantaged groups or parts of the population that are exposed the most to the distributional impacts of carbon pricing. Starting to delve a bit more into the substance, this is what the global state of play for the implementation of a domestic emission trading system looks like. Those in blue are jurisdictions that are already operating an emission trading system. As you can see, they span almost every continent. The first one that came online all the way back in 2005 was the EU ETS, and then systems basically popped up every year in different geographies. To an increasing extent, as we talked about, they are being developed and implemented in emerging economies and developing countries as well. Those in the two shades of green are jurisdictions that are either actively developing or considering the implementation of emission trading systems. Again, it's quite impressive to see, the geographical span of these systems, and also to what extent they also cover key economies. One thing that I often mention is that if you, for example, consider the G20 countries, which cumulatively they account for roughly 80% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, you will see that out of the G20 countries, only Russia and Saudi Arabia don't have either systems in place at some level of governments or serious plans to develop one in the coming months. And especially in the last few years, we saw significant advances from key G20 economies such as Indonesia, India, Brazil, and Turkey, which are all at different stages of developing emission trading systems, and all of which are quite likely to start an operational system between now and 2030, I would say. Again, reflecting on how this played out over time, if you were to listen to the same presentation just a few years ago, you wouldn't have such a colored out map. And we did see, again, a significant momentum and a significant expansion of emission trading systems over time. What you see in the bar chart are the covered emissions, starting again with the EU ETS only more or less 20 years ago. And since then, you had the new systems coming online almost every year. The big purple wedge is obviously China, which is the largest system in operation today. It's about to be expanded in scope, which will add another roughly 50% to the purple bar. So again, we're also looking, if we fast forward in the next few years, to see this coverage expanding quite rapidly. On to the next slide. I also wanted to touch on again. We can start to go into the key differences across these systems. So as I said, there's no single blueprint or no single design for how to implement an emission trading system. And what typically differ from one system to the other is the sectoral coverage of the system. So I guess you're all familiar with the EU ETS, which covers emissions from power, industry, aviation, and from this year, maritime transport as well. But on the slide here, you can see how every single emission trading system has a different sectoral scope and a different design. Most systems obviously cover energy-related emissions from the power sector and industry, because those are relatively easy sources to be covered with this kind of policy tool. But to an increasing extent, and as we also seen in the European discussion, sectors such as transport, building, aviation, and now also maritime are increasingly brought under the scope of these policy tools. On to prices. Again, it's a market-based policy tool, so prices change over time, and they also change across different systems depending on a number of different drivers and conditions. We had many years of relatively low prices that started to change, again, for a number of reasons around 2019 and 2020 when we had a significant growth in prices of emission trading systems across the board. And then in the last couple of years, we had a bit of tumultuous prices developments, especially after the energy crisis, and after we entered into a phase of macroeconomic uncertainty. But despite these challenges, again, in 2023, prices across the board, which is what you can see in the top left part of the chart, remained more or less stable, or at least we didn't have one single key trend across the board. If you fast forward into 2024, and as we probably talked about this morning, we had declines in prices in the EU ETS, for example, or in the UK ETS. But emission trading systems in North America, for example, remained more stable than that, and there you can really see how regional drivers, especially related to energy, can play a role in determining prices in emission trading systems. Again, years of high prices also meant years of significant volumes of auctioning revenues collected from the auctioning of allowances. We touched on this. 2023 was a record year where more than 70 billion of USD were collected in auction revenues, building on a grand total of more than 300 billion USD. A couple of, perhaps trivial things worth noting are that, again, auction revenues increased quite a lot in line with price increases over the last 3 or 4 years. And if you look at the pie chart on the slide, which is a breakdown of where the 2023 74 billion came from, you can see that obviously most of the revenues are collected in systems that are large in scope, because more emissions mean, or more coverage means more allowances to be auctioned, but also in systems that have relatively high prices, because obviously that gets you more revenues, and systems that make extensive use of auctioning as an allocation method. That is the case, for example, in Europe, in the German national ETS, in the UK, and in California. And those 4 jurisdictions account for 80% of the 70 billion collected. And this is just to say that, again, system design will determine to what extent governments will be able to collect revenues. And again, looping back to what I was discussing earlier, and this will bring my presentation to a close, at the time where it's becoming increasingly hard to maintain societal support for carbon pricing, having revenues at the disposal of government can be quite an important tool, because those revenues can be reinvested in different ways. So we did a bit of polling to understand what were the most popular categories in which governments spend the revenues from auctioning. And you can see it in this slightly complicated Venn diagram. But you basically have 5 categories. They can go to the general budget, which is the category on top. They can be reinvested in climate change mitigation. To the right, they can be reinvested in low carbon innovation. To the bottom right, or for other development objectives, or coming to the top left, they can be used to provide assistance to individuals, households, or covered businesses under an ETS. And this will give you a picture that, governments typically tend to use auction revenues for more than one purpose. And, this is all the systems that converge towards the center of the graph. And many of them also use them to, just contribute to the general budget and to improve the government balance sheets. But, again, as decarbonization gets tougher and more challenging, you can expect to see more governments moving towards, targeted use of revenues, especially when it comes to providing assistance to either, exposed parts of the population, or to covered entities. With that, I think we'll bring it to a close. Oh yeah, if you're interested in more insights and information about anything related to compliance emission trading systems, feel free to have a look at our website. It is a repository of publicly available information on emission trading systems globally. With that, thanks for your attention. I hope you have managed to keep you awake after lunch, and the floor goes back to you, Manuel.
Thank you. Take a seat. Just take a seat, Olga. So do we have, on the back of this fantastic presentation, many thanks, Stefano, do we have any questions from the audience towards Stefano? Or are all still a bit falling asleep after the lunch? So probably right? We have one. Luis.
Yeah, what do we think about ETS linkage? We've looked at, obviously, a lot of different markets that have emerged globally. Yeah, what's your view on how to potentially link these up and create a global emission trading system? So interested on that. Cheers.
Yes, a good and a really broad question. We could spend hours talking about that. I mean, just to distill a few key perspectives on linkage. I mean, linkage is obviously an appealing choice to jurisdictions that operate an emission trading system because it can, increase the market size, mitigate competitiveness and carbon leakage concerns, and we do see examples of linkages in the real world. I mean, California and Quebec, for example, have operated a linked emission trading system for a decade now. In 2020, the US linked to the Swiss ETS. And now that CBAM came up, especially in the European discussion, you see countries, especially at the periphery of Europe, that have an interest in either linking or in joining the EU ETS as a way to mitigate their CBAM exposure. Linking is not that easy as a process, but it's also worth keeping in mind that there is a political side of linking and a technical side of linking. And to make linking happen, you need to strike the balance between both at the same time. And I'm saying that, for example, because from a technical point of view, linking the EU ETS to the UK ETS, for example, would be one of the most straightforward linkages ever. But there, obviously, the political dimension is lacking, right? Because linking also comes with concessions of sovereignty on your system, and post-Brexit, it is a big no-go. So I think, we're likely to see some linkages still emerge in the coming years. But more than on the technical side of things, I think it will be interesting to observe how things will move on the political side of things. And again, some linkages with the EU ETS might emerge, but that will be likely on the back of the accession process in the EU, or the process of getting closer to the acquis and to the implementation of the EU regulations, rather than linkages with more exotic trading partners.
Fantastic. And with that being said, I would say thanks very much, Stefano, and we move on to our second keynote. Andreas, stage is yours on the Paris Analytics. Yeah, and the presenter for you, Andreas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Manuel, for the invite. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to speak for the next 15, maybe 20 minutes about Article 6. Maybe I'll start with a question to you. Who believes they know what Article 6 is? Really? No one? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Who never heard of Article 6 or has absolutely no idea what we're going to talk about? Okay, so there's a lot of people who are not listening, or maybe very shy. But okay, so I guess you know that Article 6 is an article of the Paris Agreement, and it's about market-based cooperation between countries and the creation of international carbon market transactions. So a few words about AITA first. We are a trade association. We have about 350 members worldwide. We're headquartered in Geneva, but we have about 50 staff globally, all over the world. I'm working, as Manuel said, out of Milan. I moved there recently, but I'm remote, so I have a team covering the Americas, Europe, and Asia from Singapore. And the mission of AITA is very clear. We advocate carbon markets worldwide. So what we do, we do policy advocacy towards policymakers globally. We track policy for our members, and we run events as well, both webinars, technical meetings, and bigger conferences. We have 4 major events every year. So, an overview of Article 6. It's about international frameworks between countries to cooperatively implement NDCs, so the nationally determined contributions the countries submit to the UNFCCC. And this cooperation has to be market-based, at least for the subparagraph of Article 6 that we focus on at AITA, which are the mechanisms under Article 6.2 and 6.4 of the Paris Agreement. You might have heard about 6.2, 6.4. What's the difference? So starting from 6.4, you're probably more familiar with. In 6.4, basically countries pledged to develop a new crediting mechanism under the UNFCCC, and it's a mechanism that will replace the CDM, the Clean Development Mechanism that operated under the Kyoto Protocol. So work is ongoing, and this year they made a decision to name this mechanism PACM, Paris Agreement Crediting Mechanism. So if you start to hear about this new acronym, it's the new name of the 6.4 crediting mechanism. In addition to this, there's another way for countries to cooperate in a market-based approach under the Paris Agreement, and this is what's contained in 6.2. 6.2 effectively sets a framework the countries need to comply with, and within this framework they can design their own so-called cooperative approaches. So they can design policies to engage in international carbon market transactions, to trade what has been called ITMOs, internationally transferred mitigation outcomes. So that are units traded international for compliance purposes. Within that framework, countries are more or less free to design their own policies, and I'll say a little bit about that. One key difference between the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. So if you have the CDM in mind, there are some key differences in Article 6. Under Kyoto Protocol, there was only a small section of countries that had objectives, the so-called Annex 1 parties, the industrialized countries. And under the Kyoto Protocol, they had top-down objectives that they had to comply with. Within this framework, the rest of the countries didn't have any objectives, was under no obligation. And within this framework, some mechanisms were designed. The most widely adopted was the Clean Development Mechanism. And under this, emissions were reduced or removed in developing countries and accounted in developed countries. The Paris Agreement is different. All countries have to submit an NDC. So there are no top-down objectives. The objectives are set by the country themselves, nationally. But then all countries have an NDC. So all countries have some sort of target they have to comply with. So that means when countries engage in transactions, there has to be a mechanism to avoid the double counting of emissions. That was not a concern under Kyoto because developing countries had no objectives. It is under Paris, and therefore the concept of corresponding adjustment was enshrined in the Paris Agreement. This is an accounting methods, basically. The country that sells the ITMOs, that sells the credits, cannot count those reduction towards its NDC because they will be counted by another country. So the process of authorizing an ITMO, complying to a corresponding adjustment, reporting the corresponding adjustment to the UNFCCC is a key aspect of Article 6, both with the 6.4 crediting mechanism and with the cooperative approaches under 6.2. A little bit about the potential uptake of Article 6. We have about 80% of countries that within their NDCs and policy statements signal the intention to use Article 6, either as a buyer or as a seller, to meet their NDCs. And we have over 20% of countries that already engaged in some sort of agreements that further operationalizes Article 6. As you can see from that map, the light green are the countries that signal the intention, and the dark green are the countries that have already engaged through some bilateral government-to-government agreements. There's a lot of color on that map, a lot of green, and it's very noticeable that among the few gray countries we have the EU and the United States. So that means that for now, at least for this NDC cycle to 2030, the two largest economic blocs will not participate in the market. Others may not participate as well, but at least they signaled intention, they looked into it, whereas the EU and the US decided to implement a domestic-only NDC. That, of course, has implication for the scale of the market. But for the next NDC cycle, we hope that this jurisdiction will look into it as a way to comply with the climate objectives. But outside Europe, there's a lot of interest. Outside the EU, I would say, because we have Norway and Switzerland that are engaged. Switzerland especially was the first country to conclude the transaction. And also within the EU, we have Sweden that has a voluntary buying program. So they're looking to work on some transactions, even though they would not be counted toward the EU NDC. So I now will delve into some of the specifics of Article 6.2 and 6.4. And when I try to explain what Article 6.2 is and what countries can do with Article 6.2, I use the analogy of a blank canvas because it's something. Well, it's a starting point. It's something that provides the boundaries, provides a framework within which countries can operate. But then what we draw, what we paint, is up to the country that decides to use Article 6.2. This is very different from the CDM, from 6.4, where the rules of the crediting mechanism are negotiated and agreed on at the UN level. Here it's national policies. It's 1, 2, or more countries deciding how to trade carbon together. And so on this slide, I have a list of the different approaches that can be taken. So starting from the top, there can be an ad hoc transfer of ITMOs. This is what Switzerland is doing. So Switzerland has bilateral agreements with a number of countries. They approve projects that reduce or remove emissions one by one. They approve the methodologies of these projects one by one, and then they authorize all transfers. So when a project achieves a mitigation outcome, is then transferred Those mitigation outcomes are transferred to Switzerland for accounting purposes, but all transfers are approved one by one, with really very limited trading, very limited market-based mechanisms. It's still considered a market transaction between countries because one country sells the ITMO and Switzerland buys, but it doesn't really create a traded market in the way that we conceptualize it. Then the second approach is developing a new crediting mechanism. This is what Japan is doing. They have a crediting mechanism called JCM, Joint Crediting Mechanism, run by the Ministry of Environment, and they have almost 30 agreements with third countries. And within this framework, projects can be developed and can generate credits that then can be used by the government of Japan to comply with the NDC, or also by companies to comply with obligations. It's still a system that is being developed, but there would be obligation on Japanese companies that can be met with JCM credits. A third approach is to leverage the independent crediting mechanisms that now operate in the voluntary market. So Vera, Gold Standard, and the other standards continue to issue credits according to their methodologies. And it is possible for the host country to authorize the credits issued by the independent standards and turn the credit into an ITMO that then can be traded on the market and can be used for compliance purposes by another country. And this is the approach Singapore is taking. In Singapore, there's a carbon tax, and 5% of the tax obligation can be offset with authorized credits with ITMOs generated from eligible standards, eligible methodologies, and these are the standards. I believe they have agreement with 4 of these standards and a number of countries. Then under Article 6.2 is also the linking of emission trading systems. It still has to be, transfers have to be accounted between the participating countries. Stefano mentioned California, Quebec, and EU Switzerland as 2 existing cases. And then lastly, under Article 6.2, countries can also unilaterally authorize ITMOs. It means that a country within the jurisdiction of a country, a project takes place, a program that reduces or removes emissions, and then this country authorizes these mitigation outcomes as ITMOs. Then how these ITMOs are used, that will depend on what the buying country can accept. There's also the CORSIA scheme, the scheme for international aviation, which accepts a number of standards, and these are approved unilaterally by the host country. So here I have a couple of slides on what's already being done. Even though there's still ongoing negotiations within the UNFCCC, and I'm sure at every COP you hear about the drama in the negotiation room. But Article 6.2 is already operational. Countries are signing G2G agreements, and we're starting to see the first authorization of ITMOs. You might not see all the names of the countries, but to the left of the 2 spaghetti charts, you have buyer countries: Singapore, Sweden, Norway, Switzerland, Kuwait, South Korea, and Japan, the country with the largest number of agreements. And the seller countries tend to be developing countries. And some are more advanced, such as Ghana, for example, is considered a front runner. Other only signed government-to-government agreements. There's no substantial activity yet, but that's the first step to engage in Article 6. And here you see the letters of authorization that have been issued. It means that countries authorized the issuance of ITMOs. We have some bilateral one between Switzerland and its trading partners. For one of them, the one between Thailand and Switzerland, the transfer has already happened in January this year. So far, the only transfer that was completed. And then in the other graph, you have the unilateral authorization. So the countries involved and the party, the private entity that developed the project and is now the holder of the ITMO. Little bit about 6.4. 6.4, as I said, the successor to the Clean Development Mechanism, with the differences due to the Paris Agreement. The CDM had some flaws, as we all know. So the PACM, or 6.4 mechanism, aims to correct these flaws. So we don't only have the feature of the corresponding adjustment to avoid double counting, but there's also a series of requirements around methodologies, around baselines, that are currently still being negotiated by a body called SBM, supervisory body, and this is also part of the negotiations that are still ongoing, and the reason why we don't have projects issuing credits under the PACM, the 6.4 mechanism. So very briefly, I'll mention some modeling that AITA conducted in partnership with the University of Maryland. We published a report last year that looked into the potential savings and or additional emission reduction that could be achieved if all countries implemented Article 6. As you see, the numbers are enormous, 250 billion a year in savings if the NDCs were implemented using Article 6, twice the amount of mitigation by 2030 as well, and by 2050, potentially $1 trillion in investments mobilized. This is because it's basic economic theory. There are countries with abundant capital and technologies, and countries with abundant, with cheaper mitigation options. And Article 6 provide a framework to link these two. Well, update on negotiation I can skip, and this, I know we have a session on the VCM in a moment, so this explains how credits that are now traded in the VCM can fall under Article 6. With Article 6, it doesn't really matter what mechanism issues the credit. Can be 6.4, can be some of the national programs, can also be independent standards. What really matters is whether the host country decides to authorize the credits or not. And if it provides an authorization, it commits to a corresponding adjustment, and then the credits can be used in the compliance market. So they fall under Article 6, and they can be used in third countries if these countries accept credits. As I said, Europe does not accept credits at the moment. But what we advocating at AITA is for Europe to start to have this conversation, because as I mentioned, the cost of achieving the same climate objective internationally is much lower. A big topic at COP every year is the provision of finance from developed countries to developing countries, and Article 6 can provide a mechanism to drive these investments, reducing compliance costs in the global north and delivering finance to the global south. So I went over, but I'll stop here and hand over to Manuel. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Andrea. A fantastic presentation. Do we have one final, very short and quick question from the audience?
Yeah, thank you, Andrea. Yeah, I've got a question with respect to carbon removals. So how do you see the conversation around carbon removals with respect to the Article 6? So I would want to have your insight on that.
So under Article 6, both reductions and removals can generate credits. And I expect that some countries, they will only accept removal credits in the future for Article 6. That's not the case yet, but as climate targets become more stringent, there's a shift of the carbon markets towards removal. In the longer term, it may be that removals become the units that are mainly traded in the market. So for now, there hasn't been activity in removals yet, but it will certainly be part of the Article 6 market.
Fantastic, Andrea, many thanks. And I would say in the interest of time, we call it, no, not a day, but a very good keynote session. Thanks to Stefanos, thanks to Andreas, fantastic. Great insights and for bringing your perspective and your knowledge today. It's not over yet, but we come to a next very important coffee break session, yoo-hoo. So we will continue at 3:15 local time here. So 25 minutes of coffee, last chance to refill batteries before jumping into the voluntary carbon market panel and the afterwards drink session. With that being said, many thanks again. Big applause to both of our fantastic speakers, and then many thanks for coming. Great. is natürlich gerne für die Kollegen. Ja.
big button. And mouse pointer. Someone needs to.
Yeah. You're going for the mouse pointer.
I'm going to. Yeah, sure. As in, yeah, I'll go here. So I think that's pretty much everyone who's hopefully got a bit of a caffeine kick for the final panel of the day. I'm William Barker, one of the carbon specialists at Commerzbank. It's great to be here with the panel next to me to have a look at the voluntary carbon market. It's something that's come up in a lot of the previous panels. It's kind of been there a bit in the background. We've looked at the EU ETS, where Lewis mentioned negative emissions, somehow linking into the voluntary carbon as well. We've had the 36 different emissions trading schemes that Stefano was talking about. And of course, when Andrea was speaking about Article 6, 6.2, and a new acronym PACM that I had never heard before but will use going forward. CORSIA, financing gap, we saw carbon offsetting or the voluntary carbon market coming up more and more. And I think this is an important part really to kind of close today because Marcus highlighted it. If you're looking at the EU emissions trading scheme, there is a gap. Net zero doesn't mean zero emissions. It means net zero. There is a net aspect. And you can put your hand up later, Marcus, as well. You've got a gap which we need to cover. And the voluntary carbon market is something that's developing quickly. It's rapidly growing. The absolute size, I guess we may cover. There's wide range depending on what happens with policy and regulation. But it's something that we'll try to cover in its broadest aspects here. And the sort of broad nature of this really is reflected in our panel. We have Esther Benchik from S&P Global, voluntary carbon market analyst, who will give kind of an intro, a broad market overview of what's happening within the voluntary carbon market. Thomas Herry, Vice President of Pre-Issuance Solutions at Silvera, also Head of Pre-Issuance Solutions at Silvera, as we've got on the slide. And finally, Wolfgang Wittstrom, who is Managing Director, ESG and Sustainable Finance at Commerzbank, who will flip it round a little bit and give a bit of a view from what he's seeing with his experiences with mid-caps in Germany and how this fits into the wider net zero plans. And with that, I would welcome Esther up to kick off.
Thank you very much. So yeah, as Bill has mentioned, I will be talking about the state of play in the VCM right now, where we are, what we are seeing, and also because the core word of the panel is the VCM 2.0, I will be talking a little bit about narratives surrounding the VCM 2.0, why they matter, are they correct, what we have to do about them. But first, let's look at the VCM today. So it's important to keep some numbers in mind. The VCM today is not in a state of disrepair, not in a state of chaos in terms of numbers. Retirements, year-to-date retirements in 2024 are slightly above 2023 levels, and issuances are also approximating the averages over the past few years. And in fact, if we're looking at the production of credits, so not the issuances, but the production, it's up year on year for a few years now. So these numbers are important to keep in mind because it's very easy in this market environment to fall into the extremes of either wild optimism or utter despair. But this is where we are at. However, obviously the numbers are heavily contextualized by a number of developments in the market that are ongoing right now. Most of us will be familiar with the persistent attacks from the press on quality and projects and companies investing in carbon credits in the VCM. There's also a wild flurry of integrity initiatives trying to set out a path for decarbonization through the VCM. And on the other hand, again, back to the negatives, we see constant admonishment of VCM investors by national authorities in be it advertising standard authorities or financial conduct ones. So there is a lot of turmoil beneath the surface, but the VCM is rattling on. Whilst some of the things I've mentioned are largely negative, there's also a very clear current of improvements in the market. On the supply side, we see a lot of action being taken by bodies such as the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market that is trying to set out clear guidance and clear principles for what counts as a high-quality credit. There is a proliferating infrastructure around supply in the market, and I'm sure Thomas will touch on that in much more detail than I do at the moment. And also, there are a number of developments in the market which are kind of going under the radar, but are no less important. And by these, I mean, for instance, the effort by verification standards such as Vera, Gold Standard, ACR, to reform the methodologies, and these are going to have a large impact on what the market's going to look like over the next few years already. So, for instance, to give an example, we see a fall-off of renewable energy credits as quite a lot of projects no longer qualify to be renewed under the methodologies accepted under the main standards. There is also a methodology renewal going on at Vera for RED Plus credits. So that's basically the avoidance of deforestation in developing countries. And so the market that we are going to look at in a few years' time is going to look very, very different, even besides what we're seeing in the headlines. And so the things that I have mentioned are some of the aspects, some of the factors that define the VCM 2.0. And so why does it matter? What's the importance of the VCM 2.0? And I think to understand that, it's perhaps worth bringing in a kind of a historical overview. And in particular, 2021, the year 2021, which is a huge reference point for the market. So what we saw in 2021 is an absolute record number of retirements and issuances in the market. There was quite a frenzy to buy credits and also to retire them. And some of you may be able to recall that some analysts, not us, but some analysts predicted exponential growth through to 2030 and a market size of $10 to $40 billion. Now, this is obviously not what is happening right now. These expectations have not yet materialized. And this is why so many people seem to have a lot of faith in what is described as the VCM 2.0. The reason is that there is a common narrative, either explicit or implicit, in the market that what is holding the VCM back from this kind of exponential growth that so many people predicted is the quality concerns. The market is not growing because there is persistence attack on credit quality, because some of these attacks are obviously justified. There are some projects which are not great. And so once the market resolves these quality issues, so the argument goes, the VCM will finally step on this path of exponential growth. Is that a fair assessment? And I think in order to be able to actually contribute to the progress of this market, it is important to be clear that quality concerns, while it's extremely important, are not the only things that are holding the VCM back. It is true that lots of buyers, lots of large corporates have pulled back from investment in the market. That can be direct pullbacks, such as in the instance of EasyJet or Kering. Both of these companies have come under attack by the media. There's also quite a lot of pullback from other airlines just because, again, what I have mentioned, national advertising standard authorities are admonishing them for the environmental claims that they're making based on carbon credit use. So it's an incredibly risky environment in which to operate. And if integrity problems are resolved, then presumably the environment will be, again, conducive for participation in the market. However, this narrative ignores to an extent the fact that the reason why 2021 was so exceptional is not entirely to do with the VCM. 2021 was a huge year for ESG in general, and to get into the reasons why that was the case would take me beyond the scope of this presentation, but suffice to say, a large amount of managed money, managed assets came under ESG principles. There was a lot of enthusiasm for what is often now described as stakeholder as opposed to shareholder value, and so these are reasons that lie far beyond the VCM itself. And so, if we are really to talk about a VCM 2.0, which would create the conditions for exponential growth, then we also have to look beyond the VCM itself and not just the infrastructure within the market, but also the institutions surrounding that market. And what are these factors? What are these variables that we need in order to grow the market. So we can think of it as being grouped into two categories. The first is the elimination of disincentives. So by that I mean regulatory certainty, a clear narrative and a clear program adopted by governments as to how to treat carbon credits, how to treat the communication around carbon credits, what kind of environmental claims should be accepted based on those carbon credits. Similarly, there should be clear guidance on what kind of credits are accepted as contributing to corporate decarbonization goals. A good example for this is the endorsement of the Integrity Council's program by the Singapore government. To an extent, it's not fully fledged, but that is a good direction. On the other hand, we see the creation of incentives, and I think the most important factor there is probably the incorporation of carbon credits into carbon pricing schemes, be it carbon taxes, such as in Singapore, or emission trading systems, which can be domestic, or as we have seen, in a way, supranational, or indeed entirely different sorts of arrangements, such as the CORSIA scheme for international aviation, or Article 6, and the logical connection between the two are definitely not straightforward to untangle, but this is a way in which it is often thought of. So what I would say, and I'm sure we'll touch on these variables later on in the panel discussion, is that the very linear narrative that 2021 growth rates can come back in the VCM if only the VCM sorts itself out and it resolves its integrity standards is not necessarily as straightforward as it is often, again, assumed by market participants and stakeholders. And we definitely do need to look beyond that and just think about how the VCM imagines itself and what purpose it is supposed to fill out, because this role was never quite clarified before. There is a lot of coincidences that contributed to the construction of this market. I will wrap up here, so thank you very much, and I look forward to the other presentations and discussion. Thank you.
Thanks. It's interesting to see that quality is not a panacea that's going to fix every ill in the voluntary carbon market. I guess, paraphrasing, it's an important cornerstone for development, but it's not going to fix all the problems. But perhaps looking at how we can start to build that cornerstone, I'll now present Thomas to dig a bit deeper into how we can actually make it happen.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Thomas Herry. I'm head of pre-issuance solutions at Silvera, which is a Series B startup incentivizing investment in real climate action. And so today I'm going to talk about the supply side of the equation and how the shift to investment in early stage projects paves the way to more control over the quality of projects and credits. So getting into it right away, here, as you can see on this slide, so the point is that carbon markets are evolving. And so over the last 2 years, we've seen buyers walking away from the spot market, which is essentially buying and selling already issued credits. And they do that because they perceive reputation risks. So I'm sure you've all heard of greenwashing scandals relayed by The Guardian or Die Zeit in Germany. And the point is that even though they're walking away from the spot market, they've committed to net zero targets, and they know that they won't be able to achieve that without buying some carbon credits. So they still need some carbon credits. So what we see happening is that they're taking the matter in their own hands, and they're shifting to investing in early stage projects. And so the rationale is to say, if I cannot find those high quality carbon credits that I need on the market, I'm going to make it happen myself. I'm going to partner with project developers and finance their projects to secure access to those high-quality carbon credits that I need. So this is what we see happening in the market. In fact, between 2016 and 2022, the amount invested in early-stage projects has been multiplied by 4. And so companies and investors do that for 3 reasons. The first one is to secure access to the best projects or the best credits or sold before they come to market. So if you want to access them, you have to invest early in the project. The second one is to control quality. And this is the opportunity to invest early on while, before the project gets implemented, and then monitor the implementation of this project and have some level of influence and control over the quality with the potential for remedial action and course correction if things were not to be the way they should. And the third point is, about reducing cost. Admittedly, when you invest in a project at the early stage, you get a better price than if you wait for, those credits to be issued, and top quality credits go for a high price. So this is a little bit like how I think about this market. And so the point is that buyers are exploring this, pre-issuance markets, but this is very much virgin territories for a lot of people, and there's a need for guidance in this market. So for the last 15 years, the VCM has been mostly focused on issued credits, which is the top of the iceberg. And this series of greenwashing scandals have forced us collectively to wonder, why is that the quality is not there? Where do those credits come from? And to essentially dive into, the root of this market and where those projects and those credits come from, and to discover the emerged part of the VCM, which is the pre-issuance world, and to realize that this is a vast opportunity, but also a complex one. So that's what I'm going to cover here. Starting with the carbon project life cycle. So before they come to life and before they get issued credits, usually, projects go through a number of stages, starting with the feasibility stage, which is essentially, project developer thinking about a potential project. It's all on paper. What if I bought a piece of land, let's say 10,000 hectares, I started planting trees on it using 3 native species? How long would it take for the trees to grow? How much carbon dioxide would that sequester? How many credits could I potentially get, and how much could I sell them for? Is that a viable project? So that's the feasibility stage. Then they move to the next stage, which is the design and validation stage, which is about designing the project step by step from an operational standpoint. What are we going to do? And then submitting that to a registry. It can be Vera, gold standard typically, but there's also plenty of other registries. And having that approved by them, essentially the registry saying, if you do that, we will issue credits. Then they move to the implementation and monitoring phase, which is about implementing the project, starting to plant the trees if it's in case of a nature-based solution project, getting some staff, equipment, and implementing the project. Also monitoring the project, so collecting all the data and the proof that they've done it right, in order to then move to the verification phase, which is submitting all this data that they've archived and collected to the registry, and say, this is what we've done. We've done as we said we would. Could you please review that and approve it? And once this is approved by the registry, the project can start issuing. So this is how carbon credits come to life. And so those projects can be financed through different mechanisms. And so the financing mechanisms vary by development stage. So you can see on this slide, the project stages are the same that I covered on the previous slide. And for each stage of development, there's different financing mechanisms. And each of those financing mechanisms have pros and cons in terms of flexibility, execution certainty, quality control, cost saving. Sorry about the slide, I just realized there's a bit of an issue with the coloring. So of course there should be a shade of going from red to green horizontally, not vertically. Looks like it got lost in translation between Google Slides and PowerPoint, but I'm sure you get it. And so I'm going to walk you through this carbon journey from the perspective of a company setting up their net zero target, starting to reduce their emissions, and realizing that it's hard to reduce emissions. So on top of reducing the emissions, they're going to have to buy carbon credits. And so this company typically starts their carbon journey on the spot market, so buying spot credits. That's what they do usually on the first year. Then they realize that not all carbon credits are created equal. The year after, they want to access the fancy high-quality credits that everyone wants, and there's a shortage of it. So if you want to buy them, you have to buy them forward, so pay today for something that's going to be delivered the year after in order to secure access to those high-quality credits. So they move to the forward purchase segment. And the year after, they want to do it again, but they realize that maybe they don't want to be looking for a new project every single year. Once they've found a good one, they'd like to stick with it. So they want a multi-year contract. So they start getting into offtake agreement, which is a multi-year forward contract. And so there's a little bit, typically like a 10% down payment that comes with that. But when they commit to that, it starts being sort of like long-term contracts, quite big volumes. It's kind of a bit of money. So they start looking at costs, and they ask the project developer for a discount. And usually the way they agree that is by increasing, the prepayment. They get a discount on the price. So I'll pay you a down payment at signing of 30%, 50% in exchange for a reduction of the price. And this is when they move to offtake agreement with down payments, at which point usually the CFO steps in and say, hold on, guys, you're committing for 7 years, paying 50% up front. I mean, at this point, you may as well just invest in equity, have some level of, own the project outright, or at least 50% of it. And so that's how some companies end up, having like equity investments in those projects. So that's sort of like the carbon journey. And once they've found those projects, partnered with project developers, invested in the project, the deal is done, but it's not done. It's only the beginning, because now they've invested in a project that is going to be being implemented for 10, 20, sometimes 30 years. So, of course, they're not going to invest a few millions and wait, hope for the best, and hope that their credits get delivered and they're high quality when they do. They want to monitor their projects. And so this is really where, investing in early stage projects is an opportunity to monitor the entire implementation of the project and paves the way for quality. So after they've invested, typically a company are wondering about a number of risks. So there's two categories of risks. There's market risks and there's execution risks. So market risks are typically, will there be a new regulation impacting my project? Will there be a change in methodology impacting my project? What will prices be like 10 years from now when my credits get issued? And then execution risk are a lot more operational, related to the implementation of the project. So essentially at a high level, like, will the credits ever be issued? When they do, will they be high quality? And more pragmatically, there's usually a series of milestones to be achieved that triggers like milestone payments. Should I pay the next milestone payment or not? So they need risk management tools, monitoring tools, risk management tools to monitor the implementation of those credits and of those projects, and make sure that by the time the credits are issued, they are high quality and they qualify for whatever purpose they're hoping to use their credits, either to claim them against their net zero target or to sell them on if that's the business they're in. So that's it on my end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas, for that. As in, it's interesting to see how buyers are having to adapt quite quickly and learn quite a lot and adapt really to manage risk, but also see their outcomes. And linking Wolfgang to what I know you're speaking about, which is it's quite a daunting task for corporates. So, how does that look in what they're thinking, especially for smaller corporates who may not have these resources to put into equity investments, for example, in the VCM? So, Wolfgang, I'll hand over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wolfgang Fitztum. I'm heading our ESG and Sustainable Finance Solutions team, and I'm talking today about how this all fits, the voluntary carbon market and this broader decarbonization strategies, how they fit into robust net zero strategies of corporate clients. Of course, this is a large issue. I will quickly dive into 3 areas. These are general ESG pressure points that clients face. I will take you through a quick deep dive into the regulatory environment affecting clients and banks alike. And we will take a look into a decarbonization pathway, a decarbonization ladder, and how the voluntary carbon market then fits in. Now, let's take a quick look here at those pressure points. You can see, and this holds true for every corporate in the market, pressure points are formulated by central banks, by investors, of course. You have capital market frameworks that we are all aware of that do play a role. Lots of corporates, especially in the mid-cap space, are affected by sustainability reporting requirements now with the CSRD coming in. We have the taxonomy, sector market standards, customers driving this, of course, rating agencies driving it, and the supply chains and supply chain standards that play a crucial role. Now, we cannot dive into every one here, of course, but let's take a quick look on the regulatory side, and adding that all of these pressure points, if we take a closer look, are very much focusing on CO2, acknowledging that they are, of course, not limiting the whole exercise on greenhouse gas emissions. If we take a look at the projection of global greenhouse gas emissions on a global scale here, this is just a screenshot from the IPCC. We can see how emissions have risen in the past. We see the small dip here. This is the Corona COVID-caused dip. And we see, under the assumption that implemented policies are executed on, that we will very likely see a sideway movement here to be seen in red. And given that, we see that, of course, the status quo very much focuses on transparency with the CSRD. It focuses on classification with the EU taxonomy, and it focuses on the existing EU emission trading scheme, affecting high-emitting sectors, but not all. We see on the side of the European Central Bank, they are, of course, also an actor in this market by decarbonizing their own bond portfolio. They introduce climate change considerations into their fiscal policies and into bank climate stress testing. And we see and that's very important here of course, for the clients and banks, the European Banking Authority down here, integrating climate risks into credit processes or requiring us to do so, and also requires us to report, requires banks, not only us as Commerzbank, but banks to report on the financed emissions. And if we now take a look here to the left side again, to this projection, and if we assume we're coming closer to 2030, there will come the point where politicians and regulators will probably have to admit that this was a bit ambitious. It's at least very challenging, and there's some likeliness that that the pathways as defined in the Paris Agreement will on a global level not be reached, maybe not even on a European or German level. So what's going to happen we would expect there are some potential accelerators that we can see in the status quo, which outlines the starting point. One of the accelerators, of course, is this European single access point. We will see the creation of a kind of a level playing field for non-financial and financial KPIs, which the EBA is very much working on. And of course, we could assume that the EU emission trading scheme will be extended to more sectors, and also voluntary carbon markets will coming into the equation and be integrated. And I think there are two possibilities. If we see that the targets will be missed, we can either say, or regulators can either say, well, we were too ambitious with defining targets, or they can add some flexibility to the accounting methods. And I think that's what's going to happen, and that's what is strongly supporting the voluntary carbon market, and citing now or reading about the SBTI and the discussion that has been going on this year is heading in exactly this direction when they opened up the possibility to integrate carbon offsets, at least for Scope 3 emissions. Now, the ECB could go further and take a more proactive approach, selling brown bonds, what they define brown bonds. And we do already see today EBA increasing the pressure by taking a closer look at the question of financed emissions in bank balance sheets, and also start to divide up banks' balance sheets into two portions, in Paris-aligned portions and non-Paris-aligned portions. And they also published a paper in January to introduce systemic risk buffers, a systemic risk buffer for the non-Paris-aligned part. So that's an indirect brown penalty, and of course affecting the way banks are doing business and finance. Now, let's take a quick look here, and then I'm coming to an end already. Let's take a quick look here in a decarbonization letter. Maybe you have seen this. It is published in the European Sustainability Reporting Standards. They require clients to publish, to make transparent on their footprint, but also to publish a pathway and the measures to reduce carbon emissions. Where clients stand today is they have, most of them, calculated their at least Scope 1 and 2 emissions, and they ran through energy efficiency programs, which are the most cost-efficient way, obviously, to reduce emissions. And they have done so, and we have heard this today several of times, because there's also an economic reason to it. It's just expensive not to be energy efficient. And a lot of corporates are now standing exactly here, where it says green energy, electrification, and on-site installation of renewables. Those three steps, they kind of belong together. And they're standing here. We have seen some large sectors, corporates in the steel sector, hard-to-abate sectors that are moving on, investing already. But yeah, in the lack of, we don't have tax credits or an IRA, so it's kind of bureaucratic to invest. It has to be economically feasible. And the next step then is indeed to electrify the production process and to procure green energy, or to produce it ideally within a radius of 5 kilometers. So you can put down your own cable, connect to your own cable, and get rid of all the taxes and grid charges that otherwise come along with it. It is, of course, here a schematic visualization of what is happening, but it is across sectors. This pathway is very similar, and comes along with similar challenges and requirements. It is, of course, for every hard-to-abate sector a lot more capital-intensive than it is for producing companies. We see, for example, automotive suppliers being heavily influenced with the supply chain standards they face. We see every energy-intensive sector is under heavy pressure because of the costs. And we do see, for example, consumer goods or food producers who have strict supply chain standards they need to adhere to. And then, depending on the sector, other factors come in, for example, building standards or the electrification of this fleet. And then you have the offsetting or the voluntary carbon markets. And it's again, the crucial point is the sector you're acting in. If you're, for example, a consumer good or food producer, the probability is high that your OEMs, your clients, do accept voluntary carbon markets and offsetting as a way of showing carbon neutrality. But if you are in another sector, in the energy sector, or if you are an automotive supplier, you will see that OEMs do not accept that. Yeah? So it very much depends on where you are. Interestingly, other issues are coming into the equation, like, for example, M&A. We see lots of clients acting and moving by specifically acquiring green technology or acquiring recyclers in the chemical industry to secure for materials and to replace and substitute oil as part of their decarbonization strategy. And last slide, or this slide, this of course is ideally happening in compliance with SBTi standards. We heard about the discussion and read about it, about the voluntary carbon market. This is focused on scope 1 and 2 actual reduction, and then can be financed, and that's our job as a bank, obviously, can be financed with suitable green and sustainability-linked finance instruments. That's it from my part. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Wolfgang, for that. I think it echoes some of the points Esther was stating, that the VCM is not something different. It doesn't exist in a bubble. It's got to be seen within the greater regulatory framework about how net zero pledges are made, around how regulation is working. And I guess, Esther, to come to you with that, and particularly with net zero pledges in mind and the regulatory regime, perhaps you could, for those who don't know CORSIA, just give a little bit of colour on what CORSIA is, with a requirement for airlines, but also perhaps reflect a little bit on this shift where we call it the voluntary carbon market. I'm sure if you're an airline, you don't feel like it's very voluntary, but also how some of those learnings are feeding back into how the market is developing and how regulators are thinking. So lots of questions to chuck at you.
Sure. Does this one? Yeah, it does. So CORSIA is basically a scheme for international aviation emissions. The goal is to reduce those emissions as compared to a baseline. It's actually not reducing overall emissions. It's trying to cap the growth of international aviation emissions as compared to a baseline, which right now sits at 85% of 2019 levels. So if there is growth in the international aviation sector beyond that baseline, then airlines are required to offset that growth in emissions. Again, not the emission, the growth in emissions. And this can be done in a number of ways. One is fleet improvements, so efficiencies introduced into the fleet. The second option is the use of sustainable aviation fuel or low carbon fuels. So there is a number of fuel sources that are approved for CORSIA compliance. And the third one, the biggest, most famous or infamous one, is the use of carbon credits. And so the carbon credits that can be used by airlines are voluntary credits generated through the VCM, but they need to be approved by the technical advisory body of which basically oversees the implementation of CORSIA. the reason why CORSIA is looked upon with a lot of expectation is because, according to current projections, CORSIA implementation might generate a demand for carbon credits of up to, to a range of 60 million to 240 million per year, with a mid-range sitting at around 120 million credits per year. To put this into context, current retirements from the main verification standards per year stand at around 160, 180 million credits. So this is a sizable explosion of demand if it does materialize. Currently, we're in the first compliance phase between 2024 and 2026. This means that countries that have voluntarily applied to participate in this phase will face compliance obligations. That is, the airlines that are based in those countries will face compliance obligations, but and this is a whole other topic, compliance obligations set in at various different levels. So airlines have the obligation to offset the growth factor that they contribute to, which is calculated by both the host countries and also by the technical advisory body itself. But also countries have a compliance obligation in actually enforcing the terms of CORSIA. So, and how they enforce those terms is not yet clear. Very, very few regulations exist. So there's a lot of uncertainty in the market, and this is just on the demand side. Also important to mention that from 2027, the CORSIA scheme enters its second compliance phase, which is mandatory, which means that all countries, with very few exceptions, are going to be subject to CORSIA compliance. But given that this is a supranational agreement, that it is mandatory is very open to interpretation, what mandatory means. There can be non-compliance on a number of levels. Countries can fail to implement the necessary regimes for ensuring compliance. Airlines can fail to comply themselves. So a lot of it is up in the air at the moment. And again, this is just on the demand side. The supply side faces its own unique challenges, such as a persistent shortage of eligible credits at the moment. But once the supply does materialize, if it does, then there's going to be some kind of demand materializing for that for those credits. And this is not only good for the VCM itself, because there is obviously a mandated demand at that point, but also it might instill further trust in the market, and so further schemes. For instance, there is a UN-backed similar scheme for marine transportation might also come into effect. So very, very, just wrapping it up there. This is the importance of CORSIA. Lots of challenges still lie ahead, but this is an example of semi-compliance and voluntary markets merging that might give rise to carbon credit trading schemes, which then really can lead to an explosion of activity in the market.
Thank you, and that leads perhaps to you in terms of, you're an airline, perhaps with some experience of discussions you've had. How practically do you start to go down that curve of buying spot and building up the experience, and then also managing the risk that, as Esther's described, you don't really know what you need, especially with something like CORSIA, where it's kind of mandatory, but you're not sure what's actually going to be included. How do people start to look at that risk and manage that risk from the kind of corporate side and with suppliers?
Yeah, no, of course. I think it's always the way I think of this market is that in an ideal world, there's no need for a VCM. Like, every company is going to work on reducing their emissions and get to net zero, and without using carbon credits. The reality, unfortunately, is that if you're an airline, I mean, even if you try hard, like using biofuel and doing all sorts of things, it's going to be hard to reach your targets without using carbon credits. So typically the way we see airlines engaging with this market is, first of all, having a relatively clear assessment of how many carbon credits are they going to need in the coming few years, taking into account, a range of scenarios in terms of implementation of CORSIA. Admittedly, there's a few scenarios that could pan out. So probably you want to have like run 2 or 3 like more optimistic or less optimistic scenarios. Then get a range of what's the baseline of carbon credits that you're going to need. Get some level of clarity on CORSIA eligibility, on what do those carbon credits need to look like to be eligible to CORSIA. At Silvera, we have an entire dedicated policy team that look at these things. And so they've developed, for instance, country profiles. If you're looking at investing in specific countries, what are the pros and the cons of specific countries when it comes to generating carbon credits? One of the criteria that they look at is called utility risk, which essentially measures the likelihood of this carbon credit being able to be used in different schemes. And of course, if you expect this carbon credit to be able to be used in CORSIA or in a cap and trade mechanism or in the Japanese schemes or Singapore schemes that are being developed, of course, the value of this carbon credit is going to be higher. And once you have a reasonable level of clarity on that, this is when you can start engaging with project developers. So explaining your brief, your needs, and then together, sourcing a project, originating a project that is going to fit the bill, and then agreeing on the terms of the investment. So I explained there's a few different ways of doing that. The most common way of doing that is the offtake agreement, because it has the advantage, it provides the advantage for a company to have a relatively secure access to a high quality project, have a relative level of control over it, but also it's a good way for a company that doesn't necessarily have the internal development capabilities to sort of like outsource that to someone else. And then it's really important to agree, upfront on the information rights that the company is going to have on this project to be able to monitor and influence the implementation of it, to make sure they get their credits and they can use them for what they intend to use them.
And have you found suppliers quite nimble in reacting to whether it be new methodologies coming out from a body like Gold Standard or Vera, or being able to adapt and adjust these projects so they can meet the changing standards?
I think it's like there's a variety of players on the supply side and in terms of project developers. And I'd say there's probably, broadly speaking, 3 main categories. There's sort of like the incumbent, who have been around for a long time, have a fair market share, and are probably a bit set in their ways. They've done it for a while, and they don't necessarily want to. Maybe the ability to adjust is more limited. Then there's really small developers that are more on the NGO side and just simply don't have the capabilities to have a policy team or to review new methodologies. And there is in the middle like a new breed of project developers who have entered this market usually over the last 5 years, are technology driven, are integrity driven, are collaborative and open and transparent. And they have the capacity to adjust to new methodologies. But of course, they need to develop the track record to bring trust in this market and to show that they can deliver. So this is typically the type of project developers that we work with, and adding a stamp of integrity and helping them to gain trust and helping the clients to get visibility of what good looks like.
Perfect. And talking of clients and corporates, when stepping back a bit and how, with everything we've heard, how this can all fit into net zero plans, because I think that's what it all comes back to. We can get into the details, but in the end, it's about reaching net zero, and this as one tool. And we've looked at CORSIA, which is one plank, But how are you seeing it in the bigger picture that especially the smaller corporates versus the kind of the bigger names are adjusting to this and thinking about it and building it in?
Well, for them, it's of course first of all an economic question. The question if they have to act because they are required to do so in their supply chain, or they maybe want to act because they are highly energy efficient and do have a cost issue with energy, which brings them to green energy and decarbonization more or less automatically. I can give you an example. We have a food producer who delivers into a large retailer in Germany, and the retailer required him to get SBTi validated. Now the food producer is producing cereal. There's lots of drying and heating processes, so it's gas-based, 70% gas-based production. So the SBTi requirement, validation requirement, is nothing else than a capex requirement to renew his whole production capacity by electrifying the machines, which is of course very expensive. And for them, it's not really an option. They have to do it or they're kicked out. And then we have, for example, producers of packaging solutions for large shoe producers, American ones. And they have a lot more flexibility. They do also act out of an economic reason because it's quite expensive and energy intensive in Germany to run such a paper and packaging fabric. But the OEM, I can of course not give you the names, they give them more flexibility by accepting the voluntary carbon credits and offset solutions. They will be forced to be transparent now with CSRD. For the time being, I can only assume he's making lots of use of this, but he's also investing in solar. CSRD and the European Sustainability Reporting Standards will give clarity at some point in time, and then he has to show what it is. And we have others, for example, glass producers. They have, of course, a cost issue. They want security of supply. That's another issue. They want security of prices, and they want to be able to offer decarbonized or carbon-free products, which, of course, strengthens their position in the supply chain in the market they are operating in.
I guess that leads into a broader question for everyone here. With your different perspectives on the market and where you're coming from, Corsair was mentioned as one thing that could accelerate the market, policy, incentives, disincentives. What do you think the kind of biggest hurdle is that we could really need to kind of get over for this market to move forward? Perhaps, Thomas, starting with you.
I think it's about removing barriers for this market to grow. And one of the biggest barriers that we see at the moment is having a market structure. So what we see today is that there's a lot of capital available to come into this market. Apollo, for instance, one of the world's largest private equity fund managing $700 billion, estimates that $4.5 trillion are going to be needed to be invested every single year until 2050 to transition to a low carbon economy. So of course, not all of that money is going to go into carbon markets, but a portion of that is going to go into it. And we estimate that this market could really grow to several $100 billion. And so there's a number of investors looking at it. And what they need to inject this capital into this market is an efficient market infrastructure. And so we start seeing a number of repeatable transaction structures coming to place that are tools to inject this capital. So we mentioned the offtake agreement. So that's something that we see with corporates today. We also see the development of a number of natural capital funds investing not just to get carbon credits for their net zero targets, but just for financial returns. And that's really how you unleash this wave of capital by making it financially attractive for investors to unleash those billions. And we start seeing a number of transaction structures whereby a financier comes in and brings a project developer, lines up an off-taker, that is going to sign a contract, fix a price to on volumes for the year or decades to come, to bring visibility to the cash flows. And that enables the investor to come in to compute returns and to get a level of, to de-risk the project. And we see a number of funds being raised on that basis. And so seeing like repeatable transaction structures paves the way for this capital to come in and for really this market to grow from a few corporates investing a few millions here and there into institutional capital being injected at scale in this market.
I guess we've seen the World Bank with the outcome bonds trying to lead the way a little bit of that. But Esther, perhaps your perspective.
So on the question of what the market should overcome in terms of its biggest struggle, I would approach it from the demand side. Where are we going to see demand coming from over the next years? And as I have said it before, I think ensuring that there is a steady stream of demand, whether through some kind of mandated demand, such as via CORSIA, or implementation of carbon credit trade into carbon pricing schemes, that is kind of immaterial, but there needs to be an assurance of demand in the market for it to go on. However, this is obviously an incredibly high bar for us to think about where such a mandated source of demand can come from. So I would just mention that there are a few avenues of making the market so much more accessible, so much safer for investors, that are also quite easy to overcome. And one of these avenues is quite simply trying to eliminate the reputational, legal, and financial risks that currently are coming with investment into carbon credits. And to do so, there needs to be some kind of collaboration between various departments in various governments, which at the moment does not exist. So there is a lot of confusion around narratives around the VCM in various jurisdictions that could be easy to resolve. That could be very easy to resolve if only there was communication between the department for overseeing financial disclosures and advertising claims. And in that sense, there would be clarity over what is seen as acceptable as an action, because something that gets emphasized a lot in this market is ultimately this is corporates taking voluntary action in order to advance their climate goals. So having these absolutely oversized risks coming with that behavior is completely unsustainable, but also very preventable.
And Wolfgang, does that fit in with what you're seeing? The upside and downside is skewed?
Yeah, pretty much. And I think you talked about demand, Esther, and the legal risk. And given the global emission pathway and the challenges along with it, there's a lot of support inherent to the system, I think, for the voluntary carbon market. So to unlock it, you just need the regulation for it. And the SBTi opened the discussion up. I think now with the focus on reduction of scope 1 and 2 emission, of course, in the real reduction, that is correct. But looking into scope 3 and into the supply change, I think, in fact, this is the ability of every corporate to act here are limited. So as soon as the regulator will open up this or will define the standard, and maybe now the SBTi is moving forward and just doing it, and the regulator will follow, and then I think that's the kickstart for the market to further grow.
Perfect. And just looking at the clock, I think we've got about 10 minutes left. So any questions from the room?
Thank you so much. May I just ask that the European Union recently, I think April this year, published this industrial removal and carbon farming certificate thing, and then in that, this is officially they publish like rules and regulations on how they identify all of those credits or certificate. Do you think that's the Europe's trying to pave their way to start incorporate but more high quality offsets into the compliance market? Because we're saying that entering the net zero is basically impossible to reduce all of the emissions by emission reductions.
I think it would be a logic step to integrate it and to give corporates the possibility to put it into the equation. Now, according to Greenhouse Gas Protocol, it's not possible yet, but as soon as it is possible, and I don't think they will make it in general possible, but limited to scope to that point that SBTI already mentioned, to the supply chain part in Scope 3. And I think if they do so and then implement the standard for official calculation and allow the corporate to actually deduct that emissions from the equation, to deduct it from the ETS part, then I think we are coming a step further.
Any other views on that? I guess I would just add on top, when we're talking about quality, and we've called it voluntary carbon market, but a lot of the projects, and I guess you're seeing that, Tom, and SEO, isn't just about carbon. You've got development goals, you've got biodiversity. So do you think it's also thinking more holistically around what quality means when you're looking at project development and how that potentially could be monetized?
Sorry, can you... I'm not sure I get the question.
So in terms of if you're looking at a high quality carbon removal project, but is mixed different native trees, it's much more expensive, but you've got a strong biodiversity gain, which currently is nice to have, not need to have. Do you think when you've got regulators, you've got the ECB looking at biodiversity risk, you've got the Bank of England highlighting it, you've got an oddity where we're saying biodiversity risk is massive, but we're not giving any credit for it. Do you think somehow this market will also expand out to think about quality differently?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, it's about like having a more holistic approach. And I think we're sort of like, of course, like with a business mind quite focused on, our targets, our net zero, our P&L, our balance sheet, but it's important to sort of like take a step back and not forget that what's at stake here is really like global fighting against global warming, making sure we reach, the Paris Agreement target of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees by 2050. It's about like the survival of our species, really. So that's what's at stake. And of course, when we protect nature, we channel capital into all those sort of projects. It's not just about, like having something to put in our annual reports and meeting our targets. It's about preserving, sort of like species, plants, biodiversity, making sure that we leave behind ourselves like a planet that is worth living in to our children. And I think that's really like we're doing it for humanity and for the planet.
Perfect. So any other questions from the floor? No? So, at the front.
Just a question for Thomas. So you mentioned about the need for more capital for this market, and you mentioned the structure on the offtake agreements. So what we see is that, a fair amount of financial institution funds look at those offtake agreements. The recurring theme is, of course, the delivery risk, i.e. the risk of the offset not materializing. Is that a theme that you see as well in your conversations between developers and financiers? And how do the funding side typically get around those concerns?
Yeah, I would say this is what I do all day, every day. No, so I think it's like exactly, it's spot on. It's like there is all this concept of how do we bring, companies, investment funds together with project developers investing. And then once the investment is done, how do we make sure this project actually comes to life? And there's like so many risks of, when you think about it, there's so many things that could go wrong. So how to, provide like risk management tools, how to monitor that. One of the product that we are offering to our most mature clients is called ongoing assurance, which is essentially, we see the need for an independent third party to come into, the deal and the relationship. So you have like a company investing in the project developers developing the project, and there's the risk of, like the project developer implements the project, comes with a report and say, I did my job, and guess what? I think I did great. And then the company says, did you? I'm not sure. And then you get stuck in sort of like, I agree, I don't agree. So there is a need to bring an independent third party to review on a regular on an ongoing basis the work, and to say green light, red light, we see some. Typically, the way those deals are structured is like there's a number of milestones, and so you need to have enough understanding of how those project works to foresee, all the milestones that needs to be hit to get the quality right, and tie, payments to milestone. And once a milestone is achieved, project developer releases like a completion report. Someone like Silvera can come in, do the ongoing assurance, issue a report that the client can use to back the release of the payment. And the idea is that this ongoing assurance enables people to reduce uncertainty, to have a good level of to reduce uncertainty, to sort of like have good visibility on how well we're doing. Manage relationship with project developers, and maximize the value of the project, because an important part of what we put in those reports is remedial actions. So the idea is not to be punitive and to put like a red cross on the project. Is say, well, right now this is an orange flag or a red flag, but here's the remedial action, what you can do to bring it back on track, and we'll continue to monitor that every quarter. And the idea is that this gives you a trajectory towards a silver rating. So of course we cannot guarantee a rating post-issuance, but we can give you a trajectory and tell you, look, you're on track, you've got all the green lights. If you continue like that, we would totally expect you to get an A-rated project by the time it issues. So that's how we sort of for quality and manage this relationship.
Thank you.
Can I add one thing? Because it's an interesting question. It was in fact a larger corporate that asked us for insurance, us as a bank for insurance for their projects, investing in Brazil, in forests. And it's of course quite challenging for a bank to secure a project which produces maybe credits in 10 years' time or 15 years. That's an equity risk. That's not a debt risk. Yeah? And we also see lots of those developers asking for funding, of course. But again, this is hard to assess for a bank, and it's not a debt risk. It's an equity risk. They just have to take it. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think there's a number of like insurance companies who are entering this market. We see Ardens, Kita, Oka, and so they provide like, insurances exactly for this type of thing. So like, can I insure the project against wildfire, about any pest issues, or any change at the political level? So that's part of it. I mean, when your clients come with these type of questions, feel free to send them to me. And so we're exploring, partnerships with insurance companies to not only monitor the projects but also bring solutions. Because of course, when you raise a risk on the implementation of the project, the first question of the client is like, "Thank you. What can I do about it?" And so, of course, we want to bring partners to the table to help bring solutions.
So then we've got a couple of minutes. If a hand doesn't shoot up quickly. Oh, at the back.
Yeah, before I forget, I want to follow up the conversation with Thomas, right? So I think, what about the recent case of Vera revoking some projects based on flawed methodologies? This quite in the news in July or thereabout, and imposing compensation. So I would like to know, how do you go about that kind of risk? So how do you help your clients to mitigate that kind of risk? And that kind of risk going forward will be so obvious. So I just want to have your insight on that.
Yeah, on flooding, I mean, there's two things. That one is methodology, the other one is flooding. So methodology, we have a team at Silvera which focuses on methodology, any changes on methodology, any expectations of new methodology that could impact the project. So that team can provide our clients with some visibility on what to expect on whenever a new methodology is released, like what does that mean for their project specifically. And then on flooding risks, we do run as part of our assessments for ongoing assurance, ratings, and all our assessments. We have a dedicated team called EDH, which is Earth Data Hub. So it's a team of scientists that develop proprietary data around the world on nature-based solution on nature. And so flooding risks flooding history and risk is part of what they monitor. So they'll be able to help projects have some awareness of the risk before they implement the project. And if relevant, guide them to an insurance company or someone who can help insure against that.
Perfect. And at the risk of upsetting Manuel and Michael, one last question, I guess, really in the broader sense, Esther, for you perhaps. We've heard throughout the whole day about whether it be energy, whether it be ETS schemes, collaboration, but also competition. What's your feeling about disentangling carbon and geopolitics? Do you think when you said about these hurdles and about collaboration, do you think they're solvable? How many COPs do we need to get to triple-digit COPs to solve Article 6? What's your feeling on that, just to close out the day?
Hefty question. So what I would say, and this mirrors perhaps what Andrea was talking about earlier, is we already see quite a lot of bilateral agreements put in place through Article 6.2. And the reason why these are so important from a kind of a theoretical perspective is because they reflect the requirement of quite a lot of countries to conduct their climate mitigation efforts through frameworks that are very heavily controlled by them. The issue with Article 6.4, one of the key tensions around the negotiations is a disagreement between key players on how to operationalize a registry, what kind of overview that should exist with regards to the trading of emission reductions or emission removals. This problem, I think, is extremely hard to resolve, but also perhaps a deeper level problem with that is just that increasingly there is a lack of incentive to resolve those issues, precisely because there is already a framework, 6.2, which gives the kind of control to countries to conduct cross-border emission reduction trades where they are fully in control. So I think that kind of bilateralism is very likely to continue over the next years at least, and broader tendencies in geopolitics such as climate unilateralism, as introduced by CBAM, for instance, is going to feed into this even stronger.
Thank you. That was a tough one for the end of the day. So to take the opportunity to thank all the panellists, if we get a round of applause. And then looking for Michael, who I think is going to close out the day before drinks. Do you want us to go down or stay here?
I stay here, I would say. Does this work? Yeah, no, it works. Well, no way you upset me. I had a 5-minute gift for Carsten this morning, so I had one for you as well. Well, it's on me to do the closing remarks. And it should be a bit more than just say goodbye and invite you to the drinks. So please bear with me for just one more moment to wrap this up. Well, the beer will still be cold when I end. That I can promise. I found a parallel to a wedding today. Well, it's not that this is supposed to be the most important day of your lives today. And it's definitely less romantic. But it took months in preparation and tons of things to consider and lots of effort and work. And then the day comes and it's over. And that's mainly because, so at least from my perspective, I heard lots of interesting content today and gained lots of insights and had great discussions with all of you here. So thanks very much for that. And especially thanks to our speakers and panelists who took lots of time and effort and presented their views and shared their insights in such a great way. Thanks very much. Well, also to our moderators, you will see Lee and Will, I guess, in Britain's Got Talent, co-moderating the show. We refused, by the way, the AD request for Manuel for the Sportschau because we need you next year as well to organize this event in such a great way. Thanks very much. And last but not least, thanks to the marketing team and the staff here for making this happen. Yeah, big thank you to everyone who contributed. If you think I let you go, far from it. There's one more. Many thanks to you, to our clients, for attending our Energy and Carbon Summit 2024. But first and foremost, for your trust, for the excellent day-to-day cooperation, and, well, not least, for your business. We hope we have met our ambition to make this a valuable event for you. Feel free to send us any open questions you may have and your feedback, which would be highly appreciated, to our commodities event at commerzbank.com mailbox. And, well, speak in the day-to-day, ideally tomorrow, with some business, and hopefully see you next year to our Summit 2025. And now, drinks. Thanks very much.